it wouldn't have been rational to go all the way back a block to get the equipment you thought you might need. If you think you need equipment, it's irrational because to walk a block to get the equipment you might need?
No, when you're on these scenes, I remember hearing the radio traffic that Cichuniec, I said that correctly.
Cichuniec, sir.
Cichuniec, I'm sorry, called on the radio and the ambulance said they're 2 minutes out. By the time you would have went back, the ambulance would have been there with the equipment.
Well, that raises a really interesting point too, because you testified on direct that the ambulance equipment stays in the ambulance, right?
No, I said they made the right decision to move him to the ambulance.
Okay. And they didn't take any equipment off the ambulance.
They took the stretcher off.
Right. They didn't take any monitoring equipment off.
No, they did not.
Didn't take any airway equipment off.
No, the paramedics from Falk did not know.
And AFR didn't ask them to.
That's correct, yes.
So the difference between quitting monitoring equipment is not the 2 minutes between when the ambulance shows up or not. It's like 10 minutes between when they are there on the scene, evaluating him, giving him ketamine, leaving him on the ground, putting him on the gurney, 6 minutes later, moving him into the ambulance. It's a long time, right?
I don't remember the specific time.
During the time that the 4 Aurora Fire paramedics are there with Mr. McClain, at least 3 of them are just standing there the entire time, right?
I wouldn't characterize it as that, no.
You would characterize it as standing there, but also visually observing.
Yes, visually observing. I saw one bend down several times and check on the patient. I watched them watching the patient. They had come up with a plan, basically, and that was their plan to de-escalate, calm him down. I've seen patients provoked when you start doing things such as that. And again, I wouldn't characterize it as standing there. That was the plan that was emulated, spoke of by Cooper.
So, although you might not characterize it as standing there, besides EMT Bradley twice squatting, nobody actually does anything until the ketamine gets administered, right?
Again, sometimes the approach is to de-escalate and calm the event, especially after you see somebody
Sir,
slam
my
down.
question is not the philosophical approach of de-escalation. My question is, outside of paramedic Bradley squatting a couple of times, none of those 3 paramedics, including defendant Cooper, do anything until they give him ketamine.
Again, I mischaracterize what you're saying. They are standing there, but they're observing the patient and watching him. That's not doing anything. They're watching the patient and make sure, again, that there's airway and some of the other issues that we have addressed earlier.
Well, that's a really interesting point too, because you've testified that that's what you think paramedic Cooper is doing, but he never asks EMT Bradley or EMT DeJesus for any of their perceptions on what's going on with the patient.
I think one could reasonably conclude if they observed something, they would have said it. They don't have to be asked.
So my question was, Mr. Cooper never asks them for their perceptions. So the answer to that question is no, he didn't, right?
That's correct, yes.
All right. While paramedic Bradley and paramedic DeJesus are there, paramedic Cooper could have said to them, go get the bags from the fire engine, right?
Judge, I'm going to object. That's a mischaracterization of the evidence of who was a paramedic on the scene. Mr. Bradley wasn't. Neither is DeJesus.
Rephrase.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. Paramedic Cooper, with medical control of the scene, could have asked basic EMT Bradley or basic EMT DeJesus, go to the engine and get the cardiac monitor or the other equipment, right?
If he felt it was practical, yes.
You certainly didn't see him ask them to do anything else, did you?
I did not know. But I did hear him emulate what the plan was to the crew.
You said if he thought it was feasible, he could have done that. In this situation, when they first arrive on the scene and everybody's there just looking at Mr. McClain, it clearly would have been feasible to ask one of the basic EMTs to go back and get some equipment.
If practical, yes.
And it would have been practical.
I don't agree with that.
What made that impossible, that they just couldn't go get the equipment that was a block away?
Because you were asking my opinion again?
Yeah, you said it wasn't
yeah.
practical. So
Yeah.
tell the jury and explain to them why it's not practical.
I believe after what they observed, and I would have done the same thing, and I think other reasonable paramedics would have done the same thing, is not to escalate the combativeness. Engaging the
Mr.
patient.
Ludwig,
You just asked me if I could answer it. I wanted to answer you, sir.
I asked you about sending a basic EMT to get equipment, not about escalating something with the patient.
Judge, I'm gonna object. We asked him why it wasn't practical, and he's answering the question.
Overruled.
Because you're going to have to hook that equipment up to that patient. You're going to potentially escalate things even further.
Now, getting the equipment doesn't mean you have to hook it up, right?
Yes,
And some of that equipment, there's monitoring equipment, but there's also emergency intervention equipment, right?
such as, can you
Such
describe?
as things to intubate a patient.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Oxygen to provide an emergency to somebody.
If it was required, yes.
It is way better to have that emergency intervention equipment sitting next to you than a block away in a truck.
If practical, as I said, yes.
Yeah, and it was practical here, wasn't it?
Again, I don't know how to answer your question other than, again, decisions are made. And in this particular case, this was a decision they made. And whether it was practical in your opinion or not, I thought it was the right thing to do, yes.
It's not about my opinion. It's not about the decisions they're made. I'm asking you for your expert opinion, sworn under oath to this jury, not whether you thought it was right or not, whether you agreed with the whole path of things. Very simple, factual question. It would have been practical for Fire Medic Cooper to send a basic EMT back to the engine to get equipment.
I would agree with, yes, it would be practical, as you said.
That wasn't so hard.
No, it wasn't, sir.
Move to strike comment.
So ordered.
So let's talk then about the reassessment. And I believe your testimony was that when it's possible, you should basically try and reassess the patient as much as you can.
If possible.
Mr. Slaughter, if you could, in the next 10 or so minutes, perhaps, if you can find a good place to break.
Sure. I think in just a few minutes here, actually, Your Honor. One of the reasons that constant reassessment of a patient is so important is because things change fast in emergencies.
Right, yes.
And things can change fast with a patient's health.
Yes.
Somebody who's walking and talking 1 minute can all of a sudden be in a medical crisis, almost like that.
Yes.
And somebody who's already in a medical crisis can go from bad to dead really quickly.
That's correct, yes.
So that's why paramedics are taught to constantly do as much as they can to reassess the patient when it's feasible.
And again, that's the operable word here. When it's feasible, yes. Considering their safety, yes.
All right, this is a pretty good stopping point for me, Judge, before I get into the next section here, if you want to take these breaks.
All right. Folks on the jury, we're going to take our morning recess at this time. Please remember, do not form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Even amongst yourselves, do no independent research, avoid any press coverage. We'll see you back in about 15 minutes. Bring him in. Yours entering. The jurors have returned and are being seated. Parties and counsel are present. Mr. Ludwig on the witness stand, still under oath. You may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ludwig, I'd like to turn now to your opinions regarding the facts of what happens to Elijah McClain that night. Now, you mentioned on direct that when Mr. Cooper first walked up to Mr. McClain, he stood right by Mr. McClain's head, right?
I'm sorry, there was a little bit of noise. Can you say that again?
Sure. When Mr. Cooper first approached Mr. McClain, he went and stood by his head.
Yes,
You said that that puts him in the best position to see Mr. McClain's face.
well, to observe what we described earlier about the ABCs.
Sure. And to hear what Mr. McClain is saying.
Yes, make an overall, again, assessment, the objective component, yes.
One of the most important things that a paramedic can do is to listen to their patient.
Among many things.
And not even just hear them, but really listen to what they're saying, right?
Correct, that's part of the objective DO.
That's particularly important with agitated patients to try and figure out why they might be agitated.
Or why they're combative, or a variety of different things, yes.
Sure. Because somebody who appears to be agitated in one way or another, it might be because of excited delirium, as you've discussed, but it might also be some other reversible medical cause.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, like they might be diabetic,
That's a possibility, yes.
might be having trouble breathing.
That's a possibility, yes.
And so listening to what the patient's saying can sometimes help you figure out which one of those it is.
That's correct, if they're able to articulate to you, yes.
And if a patient is verbally agitated, sometimes they can actually just be calmed down through a good conversation.
Potentially, yes.
Now, when the fire department and these defendants showed up to Mr. McClain's location, they got some useful information from the cops, right?
Correct.
So as they're walking up with Mr. Cooper and Mr. DeJesus, they find out from the cops that the cops had put Mr. McClain in a carotid.
That's correct, yes. Twice, I believe.
That was my next question, twice. That Mr. McClain had lost consciousness.
I think I heard both ways I think they said one worked. I'm trying to remember how it played out.
Okay. Could we please show to the witness Exhibit 107, show to the jury Exhibit 107, Sergeant Leonard's body-worn camera, starting at 52 minutes and 25 seconds.
So he was put into a carotid. He did lose consciousness. He's throwing up right now, and he's obviously on something. So, yeah, we're gonna have to have him transported. Yes, what's that?
So they find out that he was put unconscious. Sorry, you need to answer verbally.
I'm sorry. Yes.
That he was throwing up just now,
Yes.
and that he's obviously on something.
That's correct. Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions by the defense about the assessment that Mr. Cooper does in those first 90 seconds between when he reaches Mr. McClain and when he decides to use ketamine. So I'd like to talk about the different things that are done and not done in that time period. Now, when Mr. Cooper walks up to Mr. McClain, the first question he asks is, does he speak English or anything, right?
Yes.
And that's important because that can tell a paramedic whether he's able to have that conversation with the patient that we were just talking about.
That's correct. Yes.
If Mr. McClain didn't speak English, if he, only spoke Spanish or a different language that Mr. Cooper didn't speak, then he wouldn't have been able to talk to him.
That's correct. Yes.
He knows he does speak English, so he could talk to him.
And I think the second part, well, go ahead. I don't want to expand on your answer.
So talking to somebody or asking them questions can be important to try and find out if the patient is oriented ×3, as they say.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what it means to be oriented ×3?
Yeah, there's a variety of different questions that we may ask someone to see if they're oriented ×3, as we call it. That's our vernacular. Time, date. Another, common question is who's the president of the United States?
And that last question, sometimes we see it on movies or TV shows too. The idea is basically just to see, is their brain functioning in reality?
Yes.
Additionally, the patient can potentially tell you what their medical emergency is.
Again, the potential, yes.
Yeah. Potentially tell you why they can't fix themselves.
Again, potentially, yes.
Okay. Now, the first words that Mr. McClain says when Mr. Cooper walks up are, ow, okay, right?
I don't have it memorized, but I do remember some owls and so forth, yes, and some grunting and other issues like that.
Let's show to the witness exhibit 104, starting at timestamp 53:51.
Does this anything, they speak English or anything like that?
He speaks English. Yeah, he's. But he's definitely somebody.
Ow. Okay, okay.
Stop, dude. Well, chill out. You've already been told several times to stop.
I can't fix myself. Ow.
So the first words that Mr. McClain speaks after Mr. Cooper arrives and asks about speaking English are, ow, okay.
Yes.
So from the moment Mr. Cooper walks up, Mr. McClain is clearly responding to pain and saying, ow.
He says, ow, yes.
And that is a clear sign of responsiveness to pain.
At that point, yes.
The next English words that Mr. McClain speaks are, I can't fix myself.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper doesn't ask Mr. McClain, what do you mean you can't fix yourself?
No, he does not ask.
Instead, basically immediately after that statement, Mr. Cooper says, we're just going to leave him there.
I believe that's after he saw him body slammed, if I remember correctly. Yes.
And that's what we just watched right there, was that officer who was on Mr. McClain picking him up and slamming him down to the ground.
Correct.
For a paramedic, that's a big problem, isn't it?
In what way?
Well, if you see the officer slamming your patient on the ground because he says, ow, and I can't fix himself, that's a big problem.
And again, I don't know what kind of problem. I guess I'm trying to figure out where your question's going. Because I think I've told you already, I'm not going to try and escalate that further. I think a reasonable paramedic would not try to escalate that further as the fire medic did. But I don't know what do you mean that's a big problem? If you could expand on that.
Well, when you say you're not going to try and escalate that further, you mean you don't think it's appropriate to tell the police officer, dude, stop slamming the guy on the ground?
I thought you were talking in terms of talking to the patient. So you wanted us to give the officers direction? Is that what you're asking? Is that what should have been done?
Well, I'm asking you what you mean by I don't want to escalate the situation. It certainly would have been appropriate to react to this and say, don't slam the guy.
Yeah, I'm referring to, I don't want to stimulate the patient anymore is what I'm referring to.
Okay, I'm asking you about Mr. Cooper's actions with regards to the police officer there. I mean, he should have told him to stop.
We don't have authority over the officers. I'm not sure. I mean, one, in retrospect, Monday morning quarterback could throw that out that we should have told him to stop, but we don't. That individual is in the custody of the police until it's turned over to us. So, or not us, but to the AFD. And so, in my opinion, I don't believe we have that authority to tell the officers. Now, in retrospect, one could say we should have, but again, I'm not sure really what is the direct way to go with that answer for you, sir.
Now, this is not the first time that you've talked about this issue of police and firefighter interactions when there's excessive force from the police, is it?
No, it is not.
For example, you appeared on a podcast called EMS1 on February 3rd of 2023 called Normalization of Deviance. And you talked about these issues of police, excessive force, and how paramedics should respond.
Judge, I'm going to object to referring to outside situations that don't have anything to do with this case.
Prior inconsistent statement.
Pardon me?
Prior inconsistent statement.
All right, we'll see where it goes.
Judge, may we approach on this?
Okay.
Now, Mr. Ludwig, on that podcast, you said that if a paramedic sees somebody being subjected to excessive force by a police officer, that the paramedic has a duty to intervene to stop it.
Yeah, the operable word being excessive force. And I know which case you're talking about. If I can,
I don't want to get into the case and circumstance. I'm
Because-
talking about your general opinion.
yeah, because these are two separate cases, but yes, if they are using excessive force where they're beating someone unconscious, you have a duty to say something.
So it's not an excessive force until somebody gets beat unconscious, huh?
Look, again, these are two separate circumstances where 5 officers beat someone unconscious. So I'm.
Hold on. The question was in general.
Now, somebody doesn't have to be beat unconscious for it to be excessive force, right?
Judge, I'm gonna object. This is beyond the scope that the court allowed at the bench.
And Judge, he has opened the door to this by saying it's not excessive force unless somebody gets beat unconscious.
Sustained. You can ask about the case here.
So, Mr. Ludwig, it has always been your opinion that there is a professional duty of paramedics to intervene if they see excessive force being.
Judge, I'm gonna object. This is again referring back to a quote that the court limited it on and has sustained an objection. This is.
Well, that's the question I allowed to be asked.
It has always been your opinion that paramedics have a duty to intervene if they see law enforcement using excessive force.
And again, excessive force is a subjective term. So in the opinion of the paramedic, if they believe it is excessive force, then they have a duty to act, yes.
Yeah, but if the paramedic is totally fine with what's happening right there, then they don't act.
If they don't believe it is excessive force and is restraint, then I don't see a duty to act as you describe.
And that duty to act, in your opinion, is a professional obligation, but it's also just a human obligation that anybody should have.
That's right. As paramedics, we're there to help. We come with compassion. We get into this job to help people. That is absolutely correct, what we do.
And that, in your opinion, obligation to intervene would apply regardless of whether a paramedic, or excuse me, a law enforcement officer was doing something wrong or another paramedic was doing something wrong.
That is correct.
Now, I'd like to go back to the timeline of events regarding Mr. McClain here. After what you've described as this body slam, Mr. Cooper does not do anything to tell the cops not to do that anymore.
No, I did not see that, no.
Now, a few seconds later, we see EMT Basic Bradley squat down, and he removes Mr. McClain's headphones from inside of his jacket, right?
Yes.
He was safe to do that.
Correct. He was not injured during that process.
Despite all this yelling by the cops, chill out, he was safe to do it.
He was not injured during that process.
A couple seconds later, Mr. McClain again says, ow, oh. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So again, he's clearly responsive to pain.
At that point, yes.
A couple seconds later, Mr. McClain says, stop, please. So he's making sense at that point in time.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I heard that or not. If you
Let's
want,
resume playing Exhibit 104, starting at 44:47.
Brought it on the guy. And actually.
Well, stop fighting us.
Handcuffs, we're still struggling with the fire on scene. And that's what.
He says, stop, please.
I couldn't, there's a reason why I don't remember is I couldn't make that out.
And then when the officers say, well, stop fighting us, Mr. McClain says, I'm trying.
Again, I didn't make that out in there, so. I don't know if you want to replay. I want to listen to that again.
Sure. Let's back up to 47 seconds.
Brought it on the guy. And actually.
Well, stop fighting us.
Put him out there.
Okay.
So Mr. McClain says, I'm trying.
Yes, I heard that. Yes.
And then after that, Mr. McClain says his very last words, please help me.
Yeah, I think that was, again, to me, watching the videos, again, very difficult to listen to as far as the audible part of it.
So my question, sir, was, then Mr. McClain says his very last words, please help me, right?
Yes.
Now this camera is on an officer who was down on Elijah's legs, right?
Correct. Are you talking about the one that's stepping on him or the one that's?
This, where this camera is placed, it is by where Elijah's legs would be, right?
Yeah, but is this the one that's kneeling on his legs or stepping on his legs? I can't remember which one you're speaking
Just
of.
talking about camera position.
Okay.
So Mr. Cooper's pants are visible in the center of that frame right there, right by Mr. McClain's head, right? That yellow stripe?
Yes, I see it. Yes.
After Mr. McClain's last words of please help me, a couple seconds later, Mr. Cooper says, when the ambulance gets here, we're going to give him some ketamine. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
After Mr. McClain says, please help me, you don't hear Defendant Cooper ask him, how can we help you?
No, I don't hear that. No.
You don't hear any of the first responders say, how can we help you?
No, I do not. No.
What you do hear is when the ambulance gets here, we're going to give him some ketamine.
Yeah, and I went through the videos. I can't tell if Cooper had stepped away to talk to Cichuniec, if I said that right again,
Now,
during that period or not. I'm
sorry,
not
Mr.
sure.
Ludwig,
I don't know how to answer your question because I'm not sure.
you don't know how to answer my question that the thing you do hear is Mr. Cooper saying, when the ambulance gets here, we're going to give him some ketamine?
No, that's not. You're mischaracterizing what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't know if he was present when he said that.
When he said, please help me?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure at what point he stepped away to talk to his lieutenant.
Sure. You just identified his pants, right?
Yes. Yes.
So we can take that down. Talk now a little bit about this idea of scene safety that you keep coming back to. During the course of this encounter with the patient, Mr. McClain, EMT Basic Bradley kneels down twice to get a closer look at Mr. McClain, right?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper never kneels down to get a closer look at Mr. McClain.
No, they're working as a team. Correct. Yes.
Sure. So working as a team, Mr. Cooper obviously says to Mr. Bradley, what did you see when you kneeled down to take a close look at him, right?
Or the inverse. As Bradley says something to Cooper, here's what I do see.
Safe to say you never hear either of those things.
No, I do not.
In fact, Bradley never communicates any of his perceptions of Mr. McClain to Mr. Cooper.
And again, if the reasonable thing to do is if he saw an adverse event that is compromising his airway or some other issue, he would have said something.
Mr. Cichuniec also never kneels down to take a look at Mr. McClain.
That would have been impractical for him being the scene supervisor and watching the overall scene. Again, they're working as a team.
I mean, he finds time to poke away on his laptop for a while. it would have been impractical for him to kneel down and look at the patient?
That's why he has a team there to do that. He has command of the overall scene.
Now, Mr. Bradley, we see remove Mr. McClain's headphones from inside of his jacket, right?
Yes.
He's not in any danger.
No, he was not hurt.
That's asked and answered several times, Judge.
Sustained.
One of the police officers, Officer Rosenblatt, who was on Mr. McClain's legs, at some point in time, he gets tired and he swaps out with a different officer, right?
Yes.
When they do that, there was no danger. Well, those officers did that swap safely.
Yes.
Now, before the ketamine is administered, one of the cops rolls Mr. McClain over. There was no danger there.
No, the officers are trained in that type of restraint. We are not. So yes.
Yeah. So they also reach inside of Mr. McClain's pocket and pull out his wallet, right?
I'm trying to recall that. I believe they did, yes.
And there's no danger there
To the officers or to the firefighters you're talking about?
to anyone.
No.
And by that time, when they're rolling Mr. McClain back and forth, I mean, he's clearly exhausted, right?
He's exhausted but again, I spoke of peaks and valleys. So at that point, he's calm. So I don't know if the word is exhausted is the optimal word.
So he's calm. And that's why it's so easy for them to roll him back and forth.
At that point, yes.
It's why it's so easy for them to keep him held down.
Well, three of
Judge, I'm going to object. This is speculation as to how easy or hard it was for the officers to hold him down.
Response.
Well, the witness has opined extensively on whether he thinks things were happening on behalf of the patient and on behalf of the officers and characterizing their actions. I think it's fair for him to comment on whether it was easy for them to do this while Mr. McClain was calm.
You can ask him based upon his perception, based upon his review of the videos.
Also, for example, when they're rolling Mr. McClain back and forth, the main officer is doing it with one hand while he searches him with the other.
Yeah, I wasn't taking note of that specifically, so I'm not sure how to answer that question, but I know there was 3 officers on him, yes.
Even when Mr. Cooper first finally gets down near Mr. McClain to jab him with that ketamine, there's no reaction to that needle from Mr. McClain.
Again, which can go to the pain issue, but yes, I don't see him react to that.
And there's no danger at that point in time.
With 3 officers on top of him, yes.
Well, exactly. Because if as a paramedic, you want to get access to your patient and you have 3 officers there to hold somebody down, they can hold somebody down so that you can check them out.
I think I spoke about this extensively, and I don't want to repeat myself, but I can if you wish.
Well, I'm not asking for a recitation of your opinion, but if the officers can safely hold him down to give him ketamine, they could also safely hold him down for other medical purposes.
And I would add that at that point, they still have to.
Right. I'm not asking you to add, I'm asking you to answer my question, sir. If they can safely hold him down for ketamine, they can safely hold him down for other medical purposes.
Again, I've answered that before, and I'll stand by my previous answers.
Answer the question.
I would appreciate that. Thank you. Again, grabbing the patient, putting pulse oximeters on them, putting blood pressures on them, doing a head-to-toe survey where you're touching them from the scalp all the way down.
Mr. Ludwig,
Judge, I object. He's trying to answer the question that's being asked of him.
Well, he's not. Ask the question again. Just answer the question.
Yes, sir.
my question is, if 3 officers can safely hold Mr. McClain down to get ketamine, they could also safely hold him down for other medical purposes.
And I will answer by saying I disagree.
So ketamine is unique in a medical procedure that you can safely be held down for that, but you cannot be safely held down for other stuff.
That is a single action. And when you do all the other stuff, there are multiple actions that you would have to do.
You can do one thing without doing everything, right?
I think I've answered.
I think that question is vague. That's
Sustain.
So that's okay. I want to talk a little bit about your compensation, Mr. Ludwig. What's your hourly rate?
I charge $2.75 an hour to review material and write reports.
About how many hours have you billed in this case?
I don't have that exact number in front of me.
Okay. Estimate for me about how many hours you've worked on this case.
Again, I don't have that exact information in front of me. It's on my invoices, which I don't have in front of me.
How long have you been working on this case? Time duration?
Oh, I think it's been over a year or so.
So have you worked roughly 20 hours, roughly 40 hours, 300 hours? Just a rough approximation. Say.
So I could take what I've billed so far and divide it, which will give you those hours. Is that a practical way of doing this?
Sure. Do you have your invoices handy?
They were shown to me. So I have billed at this point $17,400, and you can divide that by my lower rate of $250, and that will give you the number of hours.
Okay. So when was the last time you sent a bill in for that that totaled up to that $17,000?
It's been a while. I don't know that number, sir, or that date.
So safe to say there's a few months of work that you've been doing after that?
Yes, in preparation for this trial, yes.
So best estimate, your total bill for all of this altogether is going to be what, $40,000?
Oh, no.
30?
Oh, no. At this point, it's 17.4, so it'll probably be under 20.
Okay. I've got a few questions about some of the facts that you mentioned in your report. In your report, you write, Mr. McClain cannot be seen in any of the police body camera while he is on the ground. I read that correctly, didn't I?
You did, and that's.
Or my question was, I read that correctly from your report.
My answer is, you read that correctly, but it's incorrect what I wrote.
That was going to be my next question. What you wrote was wrong.
That's correct.
You also wrote in your report, police officers are heard telling him to stop biting us. I read that correctly from your report, right?
Yes.
That's also incorrect. They never are bitten and they never yell, stop biting us.
So I don't know. I obviously got that from somewhere, so I don't know where I got that from. I don't know if that was from an interview. I'm not sure.
Well, you say it's police officers are heard telling him stop biting us. So where did you get that information from?
Do I have a reference? A lot of times I reference stuff in my report. What page are you talking to? And Judge, may I look at my report, sir?
You may.
What page are you referring to?
I'm referring to page 11. Oh, sorry, wrong passage. Oh yeah, I am referring to page 11. In the second paragraph, it's the same sentence we were just talking about.
Oh, I see.
You say, although Mr. McClain cannot be seen in any of the police body camera while he's on the ground, numerous times police officers are heard telling him to stop resisting, don't do it, and stop biting us. You don't know where you got that information that they said, stop biting us, do you?
I don't reference, a lot of times I reference stuff, but I didn't reference in this particular case, so I'm not sure.
And testifying here before the jury today, you have no idea where you got that information.
That's correct at this point, yes.
You're not sure if you just confabulated that and made it up.
That's not usually my demeanor, but I think you conflate what I'm saying here, and that is that I'm not sure. So I would have to go back. I might have picked it up out of an interview. I'm not sure, and I made reference to a camera.
Well, it's kind of important information, right? Because if Mr. McClain is biting people, that bears on scene safety.
That's correct, yes.
If he's not biting people and he's apologizing to them and saying, please help me, that's a very different situation.
Yes.
Now, you also say in your report, sir, that Mr. McClain's airway was compromised because of saliva and a small amount of emesis.
Again, which page are you referring to?
Sure. I'm talking about page 17, the third paragraph, where you say, it was noted that Mr. McClain's airway was compromised because of saliva and a small amount of emesis. Do you see what I'm talking about?
The sentence before that says after being loaded into the ambulance.
Yep.
Yep.
The emesis that we're talking about, that's that red emesis that we see on the videos, the red emesis.
Yeah, I'm referring to his vomit when I'm going to say emesis, what I'm talking about.
Sure. The red vomit that we see on the videos, that's the small amount of emesis you're talking about?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Ludwig, there is a large volume of vomit streaming out of Mr. McClain when he's on the gurney, right?
I don't know if that's vomit or saliva, because that's one of the side effects of ketamine.
Well, it's red, right?
Some of it is red. But again, I don't know what the source of that redness is. If he bit his tongue or not, I'm not sure.
Okay. As far as you can tell from the video, it's all red that's streaming out of his nose and mouth.
I didn't see, not a well-lit video. I don't remember seeing all red.
Let's show to the witness, or show to the jury, please. Exhibit 116, Sergeant Nunez's camera, starting at 01:24.
Okay. Have that ready to. Good. To the final first. Hey, would you? Yeah. Let me grab this. I got it. Straight up.
That material you see streaming out of his nose and mouth is red.
And I do see some clear fluid there too, so.
Okay.
I see some red tinge, and I also see some clear fluid, yes. So I that's why I differ when you said it's all red.
Okay. There's a lot of material coming out of Mr. McClain's nose and mouth there.
Which is a side effect of ketamine.
Your Honor, objection to beyond expertise, move to strike. He's not an expert in ketamine and was not so endorsed. And it's also non-responsive.
Sustained with respect to the last one.
There is a large amount of material coming out of Mr. McClain's nose and mouth.
Yes.
You have no idea where you got that terminology, small amount of emesis, do you?
It was based upon my observations.
Okay. Is that what you were referring to when you say small amount of emesis?
I'm referring to the salivation and also the emesis, yes.
So, although you just described it as a large amount of material, you would say that that was a small amount of emesis.
I don't know what is saliva. I don't know what is emesis.
Well, that's exactly my point. Because if you don't know, why would you write definitively in your report that it was a small amount of emesis?
Because usually emesis is, without getting too descriptive, more, not so much fluid, as it has more substance to it. Because it usually has stomach contents.
Now, you offered some opinions earlier on the dosing of ketamine and the protocols. Under the protocols that Aurora Fire was operating under, the only way that dose is allowed to be given is 5 milligrams per kilogram, right?
By the protocols, yes.
Yes. And the protocols are the only way that Aurora fire medics are even authorized to give ketamine.
That's correct, yes.
So if they're not following the protocols, it would not be an authorized use of that drug.
Objection, that calls for a legal conclusion.
Yeah.
Rephrase.
If they're not following the protocols, it wouldn't be authorized under the protocols.
Judge, I won't object to that.
On its surface, yes.
Well, on its surface, there's not like a secret protocol somewhere that says you can use ketamine under some different circumstance, is there?
No, I'm referring to how they were trained to use it, so
Well, we'll get to that in just a second.
sure.
Now, in terms of that 5 milligrams per kilogram, that's what's known as a weight-based dose.
That's correct, yes.
And a body weight should be estimated unless it can be obtained from the patient who actually knows what they weigh.
Our family member, if they're there.
Sure. And the way to get the weight from a patient is to say, how much do you weigh?
That's one way, yes.
It's the easiest way to do it when you're out in the field.
If you're talking to the patient and they're able to comprehend what you're saying, yes.
Sure. But in order to do that, you would actually have to try and talk to the patient at some point in time, right?
Yes.
But that's not the only way to estimate weight. You can also consult with other people at the scene.
That's correct.
Yeah. You can say, hey, EMT Bradley or DeJesus, what do you think this guy weighs?
As the lieutenant and the paramedic did, yes.
And you can ask the officers who are on top of him and actually feeling the guy, hey, how big is this guy?
That's one potential, yes.
Now, in this particular circumstance, there's also a lot of ways that you can get a better visualization of Mr. McClain, right? You could shine a flashlight on him.
That's one way, yes.
You could ask the police if they can move his clothes so you can see him better.
That's correct, yes.
You indicated on direct that you thought that this gross overestimation of weight was fine because it was so dark out and it was such a confusing situation. But if you're confused about a situation, shouldn't you as a paramedic try to get information so you're not confused?
Can you help me understand where they said they were confused?
Well, you indicated on direct that their weight estimate is obviously really far off.
Judge, I object. That's not the testimony.
Sustain.
Their weight estimate was really far off.
It was far off, but again, when you said they were confused, I don't remember any testimony or anything I read that they said they were confused about his weight.
Sure, but you said the circumstances would make it hard to judge somebody's weight.
We always are in that situation. We always are in a scenario where we try to estimate somebody's weight and we just don't guess at it. We usually try to use some type of method by which we know one of our family members, as an example, might weigh something, or a friend we know that weighs a certain amount, and we look at the body structure and we try to make an estimation on best we can based on what we know from other individuals, or even our own self.
Now, you said we don't try and guess at it. So guessing at it is bad, right?
We have no choice. We have no scales.
Didn't you just testify we don't try to guess at it?
That's correct.
Okay, guessing is bad.
We try to estimate his weight. Yeah, we don't guess. We estimate the weight. That's what I testified to.
So you also just testified, so we try and get information from other individuals.
If possible.
If possible. Here, you don't see paramedic Cooper make any attempt to ask anyone how much they think Elijah McClain weighs.
I do know that him and his lieutenant conferred.
They conferred about whether to use drugs, narcs, as they refer to it, or ketamine. They do not confer on the weight, right?
I'm not sure. I know they agreed on the amount, so somehow they must have came to that conclusion on what the weight would have been. But again, that's up to them. So,
They agreed on the amount of 500 without ever discussing the weight. You are aware that there were
Judge, I object. That was just a statement, not a question.
Sustained.
To the best of your knowledge, they agreed on the dose of 500 without ever discussing the weight between them.
yeah, I can't remember any of that in any of the testimony or
Yeah.
anything I saw.
And you are aware that there are paramedics who just give 500 to everybody.
I don't know. No.
Well, that's discussed in the training you reviewed, right? That giving 500 to every patient is not good practice.
It's on the slides, yes.
Yeah.
But you said every paramedics just give 500 to everybody. So I don't know where that occurs at, but there was that statement on the slide, which reinforces our training, yes.
Now, the protocols for ketamine don't provide for a deviation to give a higher or lower dose based on whether they think somebody is more or less agitated, right?
That's correct, yes.
The protocols also say that if the first dose of 5 milligrams per kilogram is insufficient, that you then have to call back and get an emergency room doctor's permission to give a bigger dose.
That's correct, yes.
The protocols definitely don't train them, hey, give more than 5 milligrams per kilogram so you can avoid having to call back to the base for permission, right?
No, that's not in the protocols, no.
Okay. Now, in this case, defendant Cichuniec is the one who ordered the ketamine from the Falk ambulance.
That's a yes.
And according to his weight estimate, Mr. McClain weighed 187 pounds.
That's correct.
That's 85 kilograms.
That's correct.
Under Mr. Cichuniec's calculation of weight, the appropriate dose would have been 425 milligrams.
If you do the math, yes.
But you reviewed Mr. Cichuniec's interview that the jury saw earlier, and instead he ordered 500, right?
That's correct, yes.
And the reason he gave for ordering 500, it was the patient's agitated condition.
I believe that, I think you mischaracterized, and I'm going to answer that the two conferred and they concluded it was excited delirium, not the agitated condition.
I'm talking about Mr. Cichuniec's interview. In his interview, the reason he gives for giving 500 is the patient's agitated condition.
Judge, may I refer to my notes on the interview?
If it helps you to refresh your recollection, you may.
Thank you, sir. So at 11:49 seconds on the interview, he says that McClain exhibited signs of excited delirium. If you could point me to what point of the tape he does say that, I can look at my notes without going through the whole thing. And
Sure. Let's show the witness the transcript of the interview. It's page 3945 to 3946. You don't have that. Let me. If I can approach the witness, I can just show him the quote I'm referring to refresh his memory.
You may.
what point? Can I show you? At 11 minutes, 49 seconds, yes, he said, yes.
I know this is later. I'm sure where.
Okay.
So, Mr. Ludwig, the reason offered by Mr. Cichuniec for giving 500 instead of the lower dose is because of the state that he thought Mr. McClain was in and that he didn't want to call back for additional medicine later.
I'm not sure if that's what I just read and what you just showed me, so,
Okay, well, rather than back and forthing about what's
Yeah.
actually said, it's in evidence, the jury can view it.
okay.
We just ask this as a general question. So if, under the protocols, if somebody upped the dose from 5 milligrams a kilogram to a higher dose, that would not be consistent with how the protocols are written.
That is correct, yes.
And if they did that because they thought the patient was presenting in a particularly agitated state, that would also not be consistent with the protocols.
Although agitation is part of excited delirium, so I'm not sure how to dissect your question, so.
If somebody changes the dose because of the level of agitation they see in the patient, that would be inconsistent with what they're trained to do in the protocols.
That would be correct, yes.
Now, you mentioned on direct this comment in the training that there was a starting point trained of like 300, 400, 500 for small, medium, and large patients, right?
That's correct, yes.
And you're aware from reviewing Mr. Chambers' prior testimony and description of the training that that was taught as a starting point for evaluation, right?
That's correct. That's what he said, yes.
And a starting point means that you should do further evaluation, not just stay at the starting point.
Assuming that's what he says, and again, that's assuming what they got out of the training, yes.
I want to talk lastly just a little bit about excited delirium. Excited delirium, that's different than just somebody who is struggling with police, right?
That's correct, yes.
Just because somebody was alleged to have been resisting police doesn't mean they're suffering from excited delirium.
That's correct, yes.
The way it's described in the protocols is that the difference is that somebody with excited delirium is totally out of control, right?
Yeah, there's other descriptors in there, yes.
Okay. Well, and you offered a few descriptors on direct that the police in this case relayed that Mr. McClain was fighting them, resisting them, combative, did a push-up with the three of us on his back, his arm was up behind his head, and he was not exhibiting pain. Is that accurate?
And I think I heard superhuman strength somewhere also there.
Okay. Now, the first three of those, fighting them, resisting them, and combative, that can also be a description of somebody who is just in a struggle with police.
That's correct, yes.
It can also be a sign of somebody who's just struggling to breathe.
That is correct, if that's the case, yes.
And somebody who's struggling against their restraints, trying to fix himself, might be moving around.
Yes, I mean, I don't know, yes, I'll just answer yes to that, yes.
But the information that you mentioned about the push-up and superhuman strength, the arm behind his head, and the lack of tolerance to pain, or the lack of responsiveness to pain, all of that information was communicated to the defendant after he'd already decided to use ketamine, wasn't it?
I'm trying to remember the sequence.
So he says, in a few minutes when the ambulance gets here, we're going to give him some ketamine. And the cops say, yeah, perfect. And then they start talking about the push-up, the superhuman strength, the fact that he was not that he was acting crazy. That was all after the ketamine decision, right?
I'm trying to remember the sequence. I know there was material that was provided to him prior to the ketamine, but I'm trying to remember the sequence of all that that was provided.
I'd like to talk now about Exhibit 219, the protocol itself. When the defense asked you about that, they skipped directly to box number 3. Did you think it was weird that they just skipped the first 2 steps in the protocol?
Objection to what he thinks is weird. Not the-
Abstained.
Okay, well, can we publish to the jury, please, Exhibit 219? And let's look at the first 2 boxes on the protocol. So the first part, this is part of the assessment, right? Determining whether the patient is agitated and whether they're a danger to themselves or others, right?
That's correct.
The second requirement of the protocol, that you attempt to reasonably address the patient concerns. That's that communication we were talking about with the patient, right?
That's correct.
Asking them, how can I help you fix yourself? How can I help you? What do you need?
That's correct. Yes.
You didn't see any attempts by these defendants to fulfill that second requirement, to attempt to reasonably address the patient's concerns with those kinds of questions.
The only thing I saw was Cooper asked if he spoke English.
Yeah.
And then the body slam occurred and he backed off.
And then the second box, assume the patient has a medical cause of agitation and treat the reversible causes. Medical causes of agitation include things like inability to breathe.
That's a possibility, yes.
It can include things like hypoxia,
Yes,
things like acidosis,
correct.
things like somebody who has aspirated into their lungs.
And I'll just add the first 3 you mentioned are part of excited delirium because that's what happens. They go into metabolic acidosis. But yes, aspiration into the lungs.
Okay. You didn't see any evidence that any of these defendants tried to treat any reversible causes of medical agitation.
No, their approach was, if you look at the gray box, which nobody has addressed, the general guideline, that was their approach, which is in their protocols.
Big.
I'm just answering your question, sir.
My question was, you didn't see any steps to address medical causes of agitation that might be reversible.
That's correct, because they're following their protocol.
This box comes before give ketamine, doesn't it?
And so does that gray box on the right.
Sure. The gray box is present all the time. Everybody
Yes.
should be safe.
That's correct.
But before you get to ketamine on this flow chart, you got to go through boxes 1 and 2 first.
But that is correct. But that gray box applies to the whole protocol. I just want you to understand my answer, sir.
Now, take this down. You testified on direct that the optimal way to monitor Elijah McClain was to take him to the ambulance. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that was the best course of action to apply what was in their protocol when we speak about monitoring and suctioning and so forth.
I mean, the optimal way to monitor somebody is to have the stuff right next to them, right?
If you had the equipment, yes.
Yeah, which would require you to actually get it out.
Which I described that earlier. There was multiple steps to do that.
If you have things immediately available, you can intervene immediately.
That is correct, yes.
You don't have to wait 6 minutes until somebody's in the back of the ambulance.
My review didn't, from the time he's on the stretcher to the ambulance is not 6 minutes.
Now, the final thing I want to talk with you about is some of the excited delirium symptoms that you pointed out. In your report, you rely on a study describing the rate of incidence in excited delirium symptoms, and you quote it from a Pennsylvania protocol That's referring to a study from the American College of Emergency Physicians. Is that right?
Yeah, give you, again, point me to the page in the report.
Judge, I'm going to object to this anyway. It's outside the scope of direct.
And Judge, they asked him about excited delirium symptoms. So I'm following up on the foundation of that opinion.
I asked specifically as it related to Aurora protocols, not national standards.
This isn't about protocols, or this isn't about national standards. This is about the credibility of his opinion that Mr. McClain was suffering from excited delirium.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Now, Mr. Ludwig, I want to talk about some of those specific symptoms with respect to what you believe about them. First, you believe that it is a symptom of excited delirium that people who have it will not tire as they're fighting against restraint.
No, I believe I said there's peaks and valleys, sir.
One of the symptoms that you list in your report for excited delirium is lack of tiring against restraint, right?
That's what the literature indicates, yes.
And you think that 90% of excited delirium patients lack tiring against restraint.
I was citing what the literature said, yes.
Okay.
But again, there's peaks and valleys.
So lack of tiring 90% of the time?
That's what's in the literature, yes.
What is that literature you're relying on, sir?
I'd have to go back. I footnoted some of the material. I referenced, if not footnote, I referenced it.
Okay. Is that a study done by the American College of Emergency Physicians you're referring to?
I'd have to go back and look and see where I got that material from.
Okay. Do you need to take a look at your report and refresh your memory?
What page are you referring to?
And Your Honor, if I may approach the witness for the purposes of refreshing his memory.
You may. Or you can just tell him the page. If he has a copy.
I'm referring you to the material you cited, page 3 of the Pennsylvania protocol, where it talks about where you got this information from. Yeah, approach the second.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to where you got that information from?
Judge, I don't believe this is proper impeachment at this point in time. It's well outside the scope of my direct.
I'm refreshing him, not impeaching him. And he testified that these are his criterion for excited delirium that he relied upon in his report. And he's just trying to refresh his memory as to where he got the information from that he relied upon.
Well, that's not the way I recall the direct examination with respect to his general thoughts. It is in the report, but the court will find that that goes beyond the scope of the direct examination.
Okay, so, sir, without reference to any of those materials there, you also believe that tactile hyperthermia is a symptom of excited delirium. Is that correct as well?
That is one, yes.
And you believe that that occurs with a rate of 95%. Is that accurate?
That's what the literature.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope. I didn't go into percentages of something occurring. I briefly touched on what was related to him by police officers and whether those were signs and symptoms in Aurora's protocol. Just because it's in his report, I don't think that makes it within the scope of direct.
Judge, can I briefly respond?
Yes.
This witness has asserted over and over again that this is an excited delirium situation, that Mr. McClain was exhibiting the signs of excited delirium, and that therefore it controlled the actions of the paramedics here. And that's why they were in protocol. So cross-examining him on what he thinks the symptoms are and how frequent they are goes to the credibility of his opinion, and it goes to whether or not his opinion is valid or not.
I didn't go into percentages. I don't believe this goes to his credibility. I touched on what some of the signs and symptoms are. I didn't go into all of those signs and symptoms. This is outside the scope of my threat. If you wanted to ask about how Aurora protocol, what they set forth as signs and symptoms, which is what I specifically addressed with this witness on my direct.
Sustained.
Now, for a paramedic to judge whether or not somebody has tactile hypothermia, you actually have to touch them.
That's correct, yes.
Outside of Mr. Cooper injecting the ketamine, you're not aware of a single time that anyone from the fire department touched Mr. McClain prior to moving him to the gurney.
On the video, I see Cooper as prior to injecting, as he kneels down to inject the ketamine, he's touching his skin and checking for a carotid pulse. So he is touching it. So I'm going to answer that, that I'm not sure if that's accurate when you say they didn't touch him.
All right, let's show to the witness, please. Actually, before we get there, Mr. Ludwig, you are testifying under oath that you believe Mr. Cooper checked the carotid pulse as he was administering the ketamine?
That's what it looks like to me. He's touching his skin and checking the pulse. That's what it looks like to me with his, I'm trying to think which hand it was.
Yeah. So when you check the carotid pulse, that's when you put two fingers up against the neck?
Yes.
As your sworn testimony that that's what you think Mr. Cooper is doing?
That's how it appeared to me.
Okay. That he's placing two fingers on Mr. McClain's neck to check his pulse while he gives him the ketamine?
Yeah, I can see his hand placed there. I can't see exactly the two fingers on the neck. It's somewhat obstructed, but my opinion is he's checking for the carotid pulse.
If you're checking for a carotid pulse, the only way to do it is to put two fingers on the neck.
That's correct.
And it's these two fingers, your index and middle finger.
Correct.
Okay. Are you confident that's what you viewed?
That's how it appears to me.
In your report, you never discuss this alleged check of Mr. McClain's pulse, do you?
No, I did not know, sir.
That would have been extremely important information to mention in your report.
He mentions that he's tachycardic. He relays that to the paramedic from Falk. I believe he said that in his interview. There's only one way, which I do mention in my report, that he's tachycardic. There's only one way that I saw that he got that was checking the carotid.
Exactly. Because Mr. Cooper says that Mr. McClain is tachycardic, and the only way he could know that is if he actually checked his pulse.
Correct.
Okay, so in your report, you talk about this tachycardic representation. It would have been extremely important to explain how he got that information.
Yeah, I would say that's your opinion. I wrote my report, it's 17 pages long. There's a lot of detail in my report, and some nuance I might have left out. It's your opinion that would have been important. I guess that's the best way to answer it.
Well, the best way to give your sworn testimony to this jury is to tell them what your opinion is. Are you saying whether or not they actually ever even took McClain's pulse is just a little nuance that wasn't important to include in your report?
No, I think what was important in the report was that Cooper describes him as being tachycardic.
Because you discuss all the other attempts to get vitals by looking at them in detail in your report, right?
I'm not sure how, again, I think you mischaracterize how I'm writing things, but I do describe what their actions were.
Now, just want to get this straight. If Mr. McClain is lying on his side and Mr. Cooper reaches down to take his pulse, these two fingers, like you said, he would place it, what, like right about here on Mr. McClain's neck?
Yes, sir.
If we could please, let's publish to the jury Mr. Green's body-worn camera. Starting at 01 or 0055, I think. Sorry, 0055. Sorry, could you rewind about 10 seconds? Oh, other way around, sorry. Fast forward 10 seconds at a time. Okay. If you could rewind 2 seconds, please. 47. Now, Mr. Ludwig, one of Mr. Cooper's hands is holding a needle, right?
That's correct, yes.
So if his other hand is using 2 fingers to check his pulse, it would have to be the other hand, right?
Yes.
Let's start the video.
Right behind his ear.
You can clearly see that other hand, right?
Yes.
All 4 fingers are splayed flat on Mr. McClain's shoulder.
Yeah, that was how I interpreted he was checking the carotid.
So fair to say you were wrong.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell from this vantage point.
Can you rewind 1 second? Can you play it in slow-mo? Stop. Mr. Ludwig, all 4 fingers of his hand splay down flat on Mr. McClain's shoulder.
From this vantage point, yes.
It is literally impossible for him to be taking a carotid pulse from the shoulder.
Yeah, I interpreted that as he was checking the carotid pulse when I watched that video.
Okay. So fair to say you were wrong, and he did not check a carotid pulse here.
I think it's fair to say that I misjudged what I was looking at.
And that he did not take a carotid pulse here.
It appears that way, yes.
And that opinion is offered in your reasonable degree of certainty as an expert witness in this case and as a paramedic with 35,000 calls under your belt.
Yes.
That's all I have for you, sir.
Thank you.
Why don't we go ahead and start the redirect for 15, 20 minutes?
Mr. Ludwig, you were asked some questions about you were viewing the body-worn camera, and when Fire Medic Cooper asked a question whether Elijah McClain, do we know if he speaks English? Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And In answer to that, you were asked part of what the officer said. What did the officer say in response to that?
Again, I don't want to I can look at my notes, but I believe he said he doesn't speak English, but he's not making any sense.
He doesn't, or he does speak English,
He does speak English.
but he's not making any.
He's not making any sense.
Did Elijah McClain, is that the point at which he said, I can't fix myself?
I believe it's shortly thereafter, yes.
What was the officer's response to either Mr. McClain saying that or whether Mr. McClain was moving? What did the officer do at that point?
I believe that's the point where the officer body slammed him.
And did Jeremy Cooper then say, let's just leave him there until the ambulance gets here?
That is correct, yes.
He doesn't say, stop hurting him, but he does say, let's.
I'll sustain the leading objection.
You were asked about whether he told officers to stop doing that. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And you don't dispute, he didn't say, stop doing that, correct?
I'm not disputing that, no.
Did he say, let's just leave him there?
He did.
To the officer?
He did, yes.
I can rephrase it, Judge.
Okay, that's sustained in part.
Where is Fire Medic Cooper when he says that, let's just leave him there?
Next to the patient and the police officers.
And who is he looking at when he makes that statement?
He's looking at the police officers.
Given that he's trying to see if he can communicate with the patient, and the response is the patient gets body slammed to the ground, why would you do that again? Why would you go and try to do the exact same thing you did?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Is it a concern for a paramedic on the scene to make sure the patient doesn't become further agitated?
Absolutely. Our goal is to help the patient, not escalate the issue.
Have you had situations where interacting with the patient itself could cause agitation or has caused agitation?
That is correct, yes.
The one effort where Fire Medic Cooper approaches and asks about speaking English, in your opinion, did that cause both police and Mr. McClain to become more agitated?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a cause and effect.
When there's an
I'm sorry.
objection, you need to wait.
I'm sorry.
Response.
I'm asking for his opinion based on what he saw and heard, Your Honor.
Despite some specific science, but just speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
How quickly after Mr. Fire Medic Cooper asked the question was the officer body slamming Mr. McClain to the ground?
It was shortly thereafter.
With the experiences you've had in the past of trying to speak to a patient and the patient becoming more agitated, would you repeat that process?
Relevance.
Judge, the objection earlier was that I wasn't referencing something specific. I'm referencing specific instances in this witness's experience and eliciting his opinion based on those.
Sustain the objection.
Mr. Ludwig, is there any protocol, Aurora Fire Department protocol in August of 2009 for bringing equipment to a scene?
No,
2000
there is not.
I think you meant 2019.
I'm sorry, thank you, Judge. 2019? In August of 2019, was there a protocol that specified bringing equipment to the scene?
I did not see that, no.
Was there any protocol that specified what equipment had to be brought to a scene?
No, I did not see anything like that.
Or when equipment must be brought to a scene?
I saw nothing in the protocols reflecting that.
And as I showed you earlier, what's been admitted as Exhibit 225 indicates patient must be placed on cardiac monitor, capnography, and pulse oximetry during transport. Is that correct? And what he was asked during cross was about bringing equipment to a scene and how practical it was to bring equipment to a scene. And the witness was trying to answer.
I'll overrule the objection.
That's your understanding of what's been admitted as Protocol 9175 from Aurora Fire Department. Is that correct?
That's in the protocols from the medical director, yes.
That's the one protocol that you're aware, I'm sorry. Are you aware of any other protocols other than that one that specify when that equipment should be used?
I saw nothing that reflects that.
Is this the only protocol that specifically addresses when that specific equipment should be used or hooked up?
Objection asked and answered.
It's a different question from what I asked, John.
I'll allow it.
Can you ask one more time, please?
Yes. Is this the only protocol you're aware of, 9175, that specifically addresses cardiac monitor, capnography, and pulse oximetry and when that should be connected?
Yes, yes.
During transport?
Yes, during transport, yes.
You were shown a still clip and you were asked about whether those were Elijah McClain's last words. Please help me. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In that clip, you can see the bottom of somebody's pants with yellow tape on it. Is that right?
Yes.
Was it your testimony that you weren't sure whether Fire Medic Cooper was speaking with Lieutenant Cichuniec at that point?
I did. I vacillated because I wasn't sure. And then I eventually answered, yes, I thought that was his pants. But again, I'm still unsure.
Because you can't tell from that shot whose pants those are. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'll rephrase.
You could please put that microphone a little closer unless you're going to stand up during your objections. Rephrase.
Can you tell from that clip you were shown by Mr. Slothauer whose pants those are?
No.
In your view of the body-worn camera, were both paramedics and both EMTs all wearing pants with that yellow reflective tape at the bottom?
Yes, we call those turnout pants, bunker pants, yes.
You were asked about how easy it was for officers to hold Elijah McClain on the ground. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you hear on your review of the body-worn camera, officers, including the clip you were shown, one of the clips you were shown, officers repeatedly say to Mr. McClain, "Stop fighting us"?
Yes.
Might you have misheard that when you were listening to body-worn camera and thought it said, "Stop fighting us"?
Objection.
Sustain.
Yeah, I'm not sure because
Let me ask you another question. Do you know whether or not you misinterpreted "stop fighting us" as "stop fighting us"?
I'm not sure because I'm not sure where, as I told the prosecutor, I'm not sure where that context came from. I must have picked it up somewhere, and that might be a possibility.
Did you hear officers on the body-worn camera say to Elijah McClain repeatedly, "Stop fighting us. We've told you repeatedly to stop"?
Yes, I heard that. Yes.
Does that form your opinion about how easy it was for officers to hold Mr. McClain down?
Yes.
And how does it inform your opinion?
Well, that he was continuing to fight them.
You were asked about, you were referenced to a particular page in the textbook, Emergency Care in the Streets. Is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with the textbook?
I would like to be able to refer to my textbook to see what he's talking about.
I'm going to refer him to the exact same page, 1375, right above the paragraph that Mr. Slothauer referenced and referred the witness to.
Relevant and beyond.
Judge, I'm going to ask the witness to review this, and I'm going to seek to have him say what it says under Rule 106, Rule of Completeness.
The passage I read there. So we can sort of.
Well, rule of completeness goes to written or oral statements, not textbooks. Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mr. Ludwig, the textbook, Dr. Caroline's Emergency Care in the Streets, does it reference if you have problems with the patient deferring your primary assessment until the patient is in the ambulance?
It does, and that's in the chapter on psychiatric patients.
And that's in the same section you were referred to by Mr. Slothauer, is that right?
That is correct.
Immediately above the part he referred you to.
That is correct.
So this states the evidence
I disagree.
and also. Proper refreshment and impeachment. Let's just strike that out.
Response.
Judge, he was referenced to a textbook that is cited in his report. I'm referring him also back to that textbook, no longer under 106, but his own recollection of what is in this textbook that he has read. And I referenced him to a particular passage and asked him about that passage.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
That passage was talking about a primary assessment. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Caroline's position is if you have an agitated patient, it may be wise or reasonable to defer that assessment until the patient is in the ambulance.
That's correct.
And then the next section of the book deals with the ABCs, correct?
Which is what the prosecutor directed to me to, yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ludwig. I don't have further questions, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we're going to take our lunch break now, but before we take our lunch break, I want to just instruct the jurors a little further. I think I've said this before, but just in case. If anybody approaches you and wishes to discuss the case, you should report it to me immediately. And I think the appropriate answer might be if somebody does try to speak with you about the case, to tell them that the judge has told you and instructed you and ordered you not to talk to them. When the case is completed, you can speak to folks as much or as little as you want to. But right now, we shouldn't be discussing the case with anybody or forming or expressing any opinions. Again, avoid any press coverage, do no independent research. If you happen to hear something on the radio or on television, you cannot consider that in any fashion in listening to the evidence and making your decisions in this case. Thank you, and have a good lunch. If we could have you back at 1:15, please. The jurors have stepped out. Anything that we should discuss now from the people? Oh, sure.
That's.
Sustained.
Who was present at the autopsy on September 3rd of 2019?
Detective Lamson,
And anybody else?
a crime scene investigator.
And was a investigator there from the coroner's office?
I was not there, ma'am.
You were not there.
That is correct. I was not there.
And do you know when the first opinion came out from Dr. Sina?
Judge, this is way beyond scope.
I'm just laying foundation, Judge.
All right. I'll allow it if it's foundational.
Do you know when that first opinion came out?
The autopsy report,
Correct, sir.
I believe it was October.
Does November 7th sound right?
Okay, November 7th.
All right. So if Dr. Sina reached out to someone besides yourself, you may not know that.
That is correct.
And since this investigation in August 2014, if you had to give the jury an idea of how many investigations you have led as a lead detective, how many investigations would that be?
I think your year is wrong.
Did I say 2014? I meant 2019, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sir, since August 24th of 2019, how many investigations have you led as the lead detective?
I couldn't tell you.
No idea?
No, ma'am.
How about as a assisting detective on your team?
I was involved in a lot of cases. I can't give you a number. I don't feel comfortable meeting.
Okay. Is it fair to say that as a Aurora PD detective that you're very involved in violent crime in your section of the town? That's what you handle in Adams County?
Well, the city of Aurora is in 3 counties, ma'am.
And you handle all of them, correct?
Well, not myself. The
Sorry.
city of Aurora does.
So as a detective for APD, you have a very busy schedule, wouldn't you agree?
I have, yes, ma'am.
And you deal with some extremely violent crimes in your city,
I have, yes, ma'am.
and that has kept you very busy in the last 5 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of the time that you've worked on cases, has Dr. Sina worked with you on those cases?
I have not been in the homicide unit since February, I think, 2021, ma'am. So from that date on, I couldn't tell you what Dr. Sina's done.
Do you believe that Dr. Sina could have made that request and you simply don't remember?
Sustained.
Regardless, you were not involved in getting Dr. Sina additional body worn camera in May of 2021, were you?
No,
And you don't know how he got additional body worn camera, do you?
no,
And he has not told you why he needed additional body worn camera in May of 2021, has he?
no.
I have nothing else.
Redirect.
Detective Ingwe, as a lead investigator on a death investigation, do most requests end up in your file at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
And you maintain the case file for the Aurora Police Department, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if there were requests made through anybody, they would eventually end up in your file, isn't that correct?
They should have, yes, ma'am.
So, and did the number of body worn cameras change between 2019 and 2021, to your knowledge?
Sustained.
Let me re-ask it. To your knowledge, did you secure all of the body worn cameras back in 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
And are those what you provided to the coroner's office?
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, did anybody ever request additional body worn cameras from Aurora Police through this investigation? Judge, I think that was the entire foundation of going through everybody.
I don't think so. I'll sustain that objection.
To your knowledge, Detective Ingui, the people that were listed that you worked with in the Major Crimes Bureau, to your knowledge, did any of them receive a request from Dr. Sina to have additional body worn cameras?
No, ma'am, I don't know.
Would you have expected if that request came in for it to have made it to your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, it's to what the common practice is of his file and what he would believe, not speculating about somebody else.
I'll allow it.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I would expect to know that if something was that requested.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And the witness can be excused, Your Honor.
All right. I was going to ask a clarification question.
Oh.
When did you leave the major crime unit?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
When did you leave the major crime unit?
When did I leave?
Yeah.
I believe it was February of 2021.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions, follow up?
No.
Okay. All right, the witness may be excused.
Thank you, sir.
The defense can call Patrick Costigan.
Yes. Right, that was a short conversation. Mr. Costigan, you can come on up to the witness stand. I'll swear you in. I do. So please be seated. Because of the last panels, I'll ask that you speak somewhat loudly or close to the microphone. If you could please state your name and spell your last.
My name is Patrick Costigan. My last name is spelled Costigan.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Costigan, I hear you talk fast like I do, so we're going to try and keep it slow.
We'll do our best.
Okay. Can you tell this jury in 2019, how were you employed?
In 2019, I was employed as a chief trial deputy with the Adams County District Attorney's Office.
Okay. And is that this jurisdiction here?
It is.
In that capacity, did you come to be involved in the death investigation of Elijah McClain?
I did.
Were you, in fact, present during the autopsy of Mr. McClain?
It was.
And when you were present during the investigation of Mr. McClain, did you hear Dr. Sina remarking on the anatomy of Mr. McClain's portions of his organs?
Yes.
And Judge, this is a perceiving witness and it's direct impeachment under 1610-201. I believe it is, Judge. I believe based.
We're not going to talk about it in front of the jury.
Okay.
Well, first of all, the question was, were parts of the organ talked about, and the court would find that that is not hearsay, but let's approach and we'll discuss the rest of it.
Remember the question. Do you need me to re-ask it?
Would you please?
Sure. Do you remember Dr. Sina remarking on the organs in Mr. McClain?
I do.
Do you remember him remarking about concerns about Mr. McClain's heart or a portion of the heart?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what you remember him remarking about the heart?
Sustain.
If I can lead, I'm happy to.
I'll allow leeway.
Okay. Do you remember Dr. Sina stating that Mr. McClain's left anterior descending coronary artery was about 1 millimeter?
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay.
I do remember him commenting on,
Well, hold on.
Do
That
you
wasn't the question.
Do you remember him commenting on concern over that area of the region of the heart?
I remember him expressing concern about the heart.
Okay. And do you remember him tying that concern to concern over exertion?
Sustain.
Let me ask this. As the chief investigator or chief district attorney assigned to this death investigation, did you work with Dr. Sina?
Multiple times.
Okay. And at any point in time, did he request additional body worn camera footage from you? I'm asking if he asked it, and then I can lay further foundation for the next question.
I'll allow the question.
I attended dozens, if not more, autopsies over the course of my career in Adams County, many of them done by Dr. Sina. I don't recall one occasion where he specifically asked me or law enforcement that was in the room with me for body-worn camera.
Okay.
So I don't have any recollection of him asking for body-worn camera when I was there at the autopsy.
Okay. Had he requested of you at any point in time, what would you have done?
Sustain.
At any point in time, did you withhold information from Dr. Sina that was requested related to this investigation?
Of course not.
Would you have?
Never.
And if it was something not within your power and control, would you have reached out to who had it to get it?
Sustain.
What would you have done if there was additional information that you could obtain that was being requested of you?
Sustain.
Let me just ask it this way. Mr. Costigan, at at any point in time in the course of this investigation, did you withhold information from the coroner's office?
No.
Didn't ask it that way. And that was my final question, Judge.
All right.
Go ahead.
No.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec, cross-examination. May the witness be excused? All right, you may step down. Thank you. Next witness.
Doctor, we would call Dr. Sundaram.
All right, if you'll come on up here to my right, and I will swear you in. Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear testimony you give you're about to give. And if you'll please be seated, and I will ask that you speak somewhat loudly or close to the microphone to ensure that the jurors and everybody can hear you. If you'll please tell us your first and last name, and please spell your name.
My first name is Srikanth, Srikanth. My last name is Sundaram, Sundaram. I go by Sri, Sri.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Could I have you start by, you just stated your name, but could you introduce yourself to the jury and then tell us how you're currently employed?
Sure. I said my name is Sri Sundaram. I'm a cardiologist with South Denver Cardiology, which is in the south end of the Denver metro area. I specialize in an area of cardiology called cardiac electrophysiology, which means I'm essentially the electrician for the heart.
Okay. I'm going to go through the background, your educational background first, that enables you to hold that position. Can you start with where your undergraduate degree is from?
I went to school in St. Louis at Washington University. I had a degree in economics and art history.
And then did you go to medical school?
Yes, I went to medical school at University of Kentucky. That is home, and so I went back there for the in-state tuition.
Okay. When you were from there, did you go to Northwestern University in Chicago?
Yes, I did. I did an internship and residency in internal medicine. Then I did a cardiology fellowship, and I did a second fellowship in cardiac electrophysiology.
And I want you to elaborate a little bit on how does cardiac electrophysiology differ from just general cardiology?
Sure. So cardiology is fairly obvious. It's the study of the heart. So we study everything there is to relate it to the heart. If you look at the heart as kind of like a house, there's different systems within a house. The plumbers are the interventional cardiologists. So they deal with the plumbing of a house. Surgeons deal with the windows. Essentially, those are like the valves. And I said, I'm the electrician. I deal with the abnormal electrical problems of the heart.
So practically speaking, in your practice, how do you practice cardiac electrophysiology? What kind of procedures do you engage in a regular basis?
Sure. So the procedures I engage in are mainly ablations. And what that is where I find an abnormal electrical circuit and essentially cauterize it. So I take a wire from the groin, find the exact spot I'm going for, and I turn the laser on and zap that area. That's half of what I do. The other half of what I do is pacemakers and defibrillators. So a pacemaker is when the heart rate is too slow, and a defibrillator is when the heart rate is too fast, when a patient has a rhythms called ventricular tachycardia or ventricular fibrillation. That's what we're trying to prevent with those.
Okay. And Dr. Sundaram, if you could just slow down a little bit. The medical terms at a rapid pace are a little difficult for the.
My apologies.
No problem. You were talking about cardiac electrophysiology. How many procedures would you estimate you do over the course of, say, a year?
I do approximately 400 total procedures a year.
And are those all in the area of cardiac electrophysiology?
Yes.
Are you familiar with, well, before I go into that, I'm going to move to qualify Dr. Sundaram at this time in the areas of cardiology and cardiac electrophysiology, Your Honor.
Order.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I just want to have a clarifying question about your opinions in this case. From my read of your report, you are not making your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Is that correct?
No, I am basing it on my, it's my own opinion.
I understand, but you use terms like may and likely in your report. And so what I want to know is, are those opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
So you didn't say that in your report.
I'm confused. Can you, I don't understand the question.
Sure. You didn't state in your report that you were making these opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty or medical probability.
Okay. All right. I was not certain. I was not aware I needed to make that to that degree.
I understand. Your Judge, at this time, Your Honor, people are objecting because we are not on notice that his opinions are to a certain degree as written in his report.
All right, response.
Judge, I'm not aware of any statute, rule, or case law that says an expert must put in his report it's to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. He has indicated he would be testifying his opinion is to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, but I'm not aware of anything that says that must be set forth in an opinion. And I'm also, the case law does not require under 702 the reasonable degree of medical certainty any longer under 702. I don't.
Robert, the people should have a certain notice. So we are saying that if you allow this doctor to testify, he can testify that his opinions reached to a reasonable degree of medical, not express that in his report.
All right, the court does find that based upon one criminal case and one somewhat recent civil case, specifically Estate of Ford v. Eicher, that's EICHER. That's found at 220 Pacific 3rd, 939. Court of Appeals case that was preceded by People v. Ramirez at 155 Pacific 3rd, 371. Supreme Court case, and that was from 2007. That an expert's opinions do not have to be testified to with a reasonable degree of medical certainty. If those opinions were not so stated in the opinion letter or whatever it may have been, he cannot testify to that degree, but can testify that that's his opinion.
Okay. And is he being qualified then in the areas I requested, cardiology?
Cardiology and cardiac electrophysiology.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I will allow the witness to explain and opine in those two areas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Sundaram, I have with me in my hand a model of a heart. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is this your model?
Yes, it is.
Would it assist you in explaining your testimony and your opinion to the jury to
Yes.
use this model?
Yes, it will.
Right. I'm going to ask to pull up as well Exhibit F, just for the witness. And what are we looking at here in Exhibit F?
This is a picture of the heart and the blood vessels that supply blood to the heart.
And is this a picture that you obtained yourself?
Yes, I've got it from the internet.
Okay. For demonstrative purposes, would it assist you to use this picture of the heart as well to explain your testimony and your opinion to the jury?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to use both the model and Exhibit F for demonstrative purposes only.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wrote down F. What's the other one?
I don't have it marked, but we can call
Oh.
it Exhibit G.
All right, just what I'm going to just ask somebody to do for the record, since we all have cell phones now, you just take a snapshot of it at some point so it becomes part of the record. So we'll call it F and G.
Thank you. And may I approach the witness?
You may.
Can you start by basically explaining, you talked about how the heart is like a house. Can you explain what you were talking about and the parts of the heart? And you can use either the model or we will pull the picture up so the jury can see it if you believe that would be better.
Sure. So I'll hold this up so the jury can see. So it's a model of the heart. So first, to give you the orientation, the heart's divided up into a right and a left side. Even though they're right next to each other, they're literally completely separate structures within the heart. The top of the heart is called the atrium and the bottom is the ventricle. So there's a right atrium, a right ventricle, a left atrium, and a left ventricle. So those are the main chambers of the heart. On the inside of the heart, I'll start with there first, is the heart valves. So the heart valves separate the top chambers from the bottom chambers, and then the top chambers from the lungs, and then one from the aorta. So those function as kind of the doors or windows, the valves. The heart also has an electrical system, and that's my specialty within cardiology. And that is something you cannot see because it's on the inside and there's specialized fibers. Just like you would see the electrical wiring in your house, you wouldn't actually see it. You'd have to dig inside the walls to see it. The heart has a separate system, which is the plumbing. So the plumbing of the house is the blood vessels. That's the arteries and the veins that are inside. And in this diagram, they're marked in blue and in yellow, blue and red, I'm sorry. Blue is the veins and red is the arteries.
What's the difference between a vein and an artery?
Very simply is that veins take blood towards the heart and arteries take blood away from the heart. But what that really means is oxygenated blood travels in the arteries going away from the heart, going towards your body, and veins bring deoxygenated blood back to your heart.
How does the heart itself get supplied with oxygen?
So the heart gets supplied by the heart itself. The heart actually has blood vessels. So it actually has to pump blood to these vessels, which supply blood to the muscle of the heart. The heart is a muscle, just like your biceps a muscle. The heart is a muscle itself.
And are there different means or blood vessels by which the heart is supplied with blood and with oxygen?
Yes, there are three main blood vessels inside the heart. There's one called the left circumflex, and obviously it runs on the left side of the heart. There's one called the right coronary artery, and as its name applies, it supplies blood to the right side of the heart. There's one called the left anterior descending, and that actually comes straight down the middle. So there's, if you want to look at it, it's almost like a tripod, three vessels, right coronary artery, left circumflex, and the LAD right in the middle.
And you referred to the left descending artery. Is that commonly referred to as LAD?
It's called the LAD. Some people call it the LAD, and some people call it the left coronary artery. It's all synonymous.
And what specifically does the LAD do in the heart?
So what the left anterior descending, or the LAD, again, that's the blood vessel that runs right down the middle. What it does is supplies blood to the main tissue in the front of the heart. It's thought to actually do the most, pump most of the blood to the heart muscle itself. It supplies about 40 to 45% of the whole heart muscle. Okay.
What is what is the role of the left circumflex artery in relation to the LAD?
So left circumflex supplies blood to the left side of the heart. So it's where the left anterior descending is the front, the left circumflex supplies blood to the left side of it. So LAD would be here, left circumflex is here.
And I want you to talk about two concepts related to the heart. The first is, what is ventricular tachycardia?
Okay. So ventricular is means the bottom chamber. Tachy is a Latin word for fast, and cardia is a Latin word for heart. So it's a fast heart rhythm from the bottom chamber. That's all it really means. So ventricular tachycardia is considered a fast and somewhat organized heart rhythm. The heart can beat up to 200, maybe even 300 beats a minute in that abnormal rhythm. The problem with that is that it's not enough time for the heart to fill with blood. So the heart is an organ that has to open, fill with blood, and then close, and it squeezes all the blood out. So if this is normal, opening and closing, let's say 70, 80 beats a minute, what happens in ventricular tachycardia is the heart is moving so fast, 300 a minute, it's just doing this thing. That's not enough time to really fill with blood or enough time to eject. It's not getting a full squeeze out.
And then what is meant by the term ventricular fibrillation?
Fibrillation. So again, ventricular means the bottom chamber. Fibrillation means it's essentially quivering or shaking. That's what the Latin translation to English really is. So again, if this is normal rhythm, 70 or 80 beats a minute, the heart's filling with blood and squeezing. Ventricular tachycardia is when it's going, let's say 200 beats a minute, and it's doing this. You're getting some blood flow forward. It's not getting the good squeeze that you see with normal rhythm. Ventricular fibrillation is when the heart's just shaking. It's doing this. So you're getting no blood flow in, no blood flow out whatsoever.
Okay. Were you asked to examine the case of Elijah McClain?
Yes, I was.
And what specifically did you refer to in examining the case of Elijah McClain?
I reviewed the records that were sent to me. I reviewed the video evidence.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but does that include body-worn cameras?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And we even went to the coroner's office to look at the remains.
Okay. Did you review medical records from University of Colorado?
Yes, I did.
And that's when Elijah McClain was brought to the hospital and eventually passed at the hospital. Is that right?
Correct.
And what else did you review in connection with your investigation of the case, Doctor?
I also reviewed the transcripts from this trial.
Did you review autopsy reports?
Yes, I did.
Did you review both Dr. Sina's initial report as well as a second follow-up report?
Yes, I did.
I want to direct you to the initial report that Dr. Sina did, okay? In that report, did Dr. Sina make reference to Mr. McClain's LAD?
Yes, he did.
And what was noted in the autopsy report referencing the LAD?
The report said that it was narrowed. I believe it described it as 1 to 2 millimeters.
What's normal for an LAD in an adult male?
3 to 4 millimeters.
So 1 to 2 is approximately what percentage of narrowing?
Well, at least 50%. If it's 4 millimeters, normal is 4 millimeters, and it's 1 millimeter narrowed, then it's 75% narrowed. So that's the best estimate we can give you.
Between 50 and 75%?
Correct.
Were you able to observe any photographs of what Dr. Sina observed with Mr. McClain's LAD?
I was not.
And why was that?
There were no photographs available.
Were you able to observe a microscopic slide related to the LAD?
I did not.
And why was that?
Slides available.
You indicated you went to the coroner's office, the Adams County Coroner's Office, is that right?
I believe so.
And were you trying to go and actually examine the heart itself?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to do that?
Yeah, I was not able to examine the heart.
Had the heart been destroyed?
There was a segment of the heart available, but not the portions of the LAD.
Were you able to observe in the hospital records both an echocardiogram and electrocardiograms that were performed on Elijah McClain?
I was.
Can you explain to the jury what is an echocardiogram?
So what an echocardiogram is ultrasound. It's sound waves that allow us to see through structures so we can see what we're intending to see. So it's an echo probe. It's probably about the size of this pointer, and you aim it at the chest, and it has an ultrasound that comes from it, and it has a picture that goes onto essentially a television screen. By doing that and manipulating the probe in different angles and directions, we can actually see the heart and see it moving in real time.
And that's an echocardiogram, correct?
Correct.
What then is an electrocardiogram?
So an electrocardiogram is the stickers that go on the chest. I'm sure some of the members of juries had one at some point, but it's various stickers. It's 12 that go on different parts of the body. And what it does is it tells us the electrical forces and how they're behaving and how they're moving through the heart.
Does an echocardiogram, is it designed to tell you different things than an electrocardiogram?
Yes, the echocardiogram, again, is giving us sound waves. So it's giving us a real-time image of the heart. I can see the heart muscle moving. I can see the valves moving. I can see blood flow. You can't directly see blood flow, but you can see the speed of blood flow moving in and out of the heart. So it's giving us essentially a direct visualization of the heart.
And how does that purpose differ from the purpose of an electrocardiogram?
The electrocardiogram tells you the electrical vectors and the forces and where electricity is moving through the heart. It's a subtle difference, but one is looking at it directly and one is kind of inferring what is going on based on the electrical system.
Can the two different tests corroborate or differ from each other?
Yes, most of the time they do collaborate together and they both show the exact same thing. The echo will show a problem in one area and in the EKG will show a problem in the same area, but that doesn't always have to be.
Judge, it may be a good time to take a little stretch break, I think.
Okay, that's fine. I'm ready.
I tried to do that when I was a student. It's pretty complex.
I'll do this.
I stood on my feet.
I want you, oh, hold on.
Okay. I'm gonna open tea time on Sunday. So I still have an open tea time on Sunday. Like this is awesome. I go out and eat.
We go to.
What? No, I have tomorrow. Last 4 days.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Saturday, Sunday, first tea time. Somewhere.
Oh, do you? I bet. Maybe my other phone number. You give me a call.
No.
All right. I think we had our stretch breaks, so please be seated and you may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Sundaram, I was asking you about the difference between an echocardiogram and an electrocardiogram. And I think you had concluded with saying sometimes, or we're about to say how these may differ sometimes.
Correct. In some medical conditions, they can differ. There are diseases of the heart, such as heart failure, where it'll look like the heart looks really big on electrocardiogram, but it's actually a normal size on an echocardiogram. And there's other conditions where you can see the opposite. So it varies, but most of the time they do collaborate together.
How would you expect, as a cardiologist and specifically a cardiac electrophysiologist, how would you expect a narrowed LAD to affect the heart?
Well, so a narrowed LAD, again, to show you the model would.
Actually, we might want to put up exhibit F here. That
Okay.
you can use the pointer as well. I'm not sure if all the jurors can see what you point.
Here we go. Okay. So let's see. Right here, this is the left anterior descending, and again, the left coronary artery, that's synonymous. So those are the same names that we're using. Just to orient you again. So on the right side is called the right coronary artery. In the middle of the heart is called the left anterior descending, and the one that runs on the left side is called the left coronary artery. So we're looking at this kind of straightforward. So this in red is the left anterior descending artery. So it supplies blood to all the tissue here. So anything distal to it is where blood goes. Remember, and blood carries the oxygen. So without blood flow, if it's occluded, this part of the heart will not function.
You said if it's distal to it. What do you mean by that?
So let's just say that there's an occlusion right here where it's a blockage. So blood is coming from here. It's originating over here, in the aorta, comes around, comes this way, and if there's a blockage right there, no blood can get further down this way.
Is there an observed condition called the wraparound LAD?
Yes, there is.
What is a wraparound LAD?
Okay, so in order for me to explain that, let me go back to this diagram and orient one more time. So this is called the right coronary artery. It supplies blood to the right, and about 2/3 of the time it supplies blood to here, this part, the bottom of the heart. The left anterior descending can stop right about there. We call that the apex, or the tip of the heart. And then about 1/3 of the time, though, it actually wraps around and supplies blood to this part, the bottom of the heart. So whenever we have any problems with the bottom part of the heart, we know that 2/3 of the time it'll be because of this artery, but 1/3 of the time it'll be because of this artery.
Can you tell Dr. Sundaram just by looking at someone if they have an LAD, a narrowed LAD?
I cannot.
Can somebody with a narrowed LAD engage in exercise?
Yes, they can.
How is that?
If it's not causing any, if it's, let's say, let me point here again. Sorry, let me stand and point so we can do this at the same time. Is that, let's say you have a blockage here, but it's only 50% blocked. They'll still be able to exercise. They'll still be able to do everything they want. It's only under high demand situations they may not be able to do everything that they want. They may notice symptoms.
You indicated if that LAD is 50% occluded. Is that the same as 50% narrowed?
Yes, it is.
And you indicated from the autopsy report that indicates the LAD is about 50 to 75% narrowed. Is that right?
That is correct.
That in and of itself would not prevent Mr. McClain from being able to exercise.
Correct.
In fact, are there documented cases of professional athletes who had a narrowed LAD that only revealed itself after they passed?
Response.
Judge, I believe this is relevant to his opinion regarding the narrowed LAD in this case and the effect it had. And it pertains directly to some testimony we've had earlier about Mr. McClain.
I would agree that Mr. McClain is relevant, but other athletes and other circumstances.
I'll allow you to rephrase with common or uncommon in different situations.
Is it uncommon for people with a narrowed LAD to be able to engage in even high intensity exercise?
People with narrow LADs can engage in high activity exercise.
Can additional stress placed upon that individual, or is it uncommon for additional stress placed upon that individual to cause problems with the narrow LAD?
Yes, that's exactly the point of why we do a stress test. When someone is coming in with symptoms and we're not sure exactly what it is, we put their hearts under stress so that we see vessels like the LAD that can't supply blood. They can't do their job. And that's when we know it's a problem. And so I get this. In fact, I saw a patient this morning. He's a biker. When he bikes 40 miles, he starts getting chest pain. So it's under high stress that he experiences his symptoms.
And I don't want to talk about that specific patient necessarily, but if you have a stress test, if you put a patient through a stress test, then how do you examine them after that? What specifically do you do?
So after a stress test, that's when I start talking to the patient about what symptoms did they have. Did it reproduce the symptoms that they had when they were biking?
Okay. Do you do an echocardiogram or an electrocardiogram?
Yes, we do both.
I want you to, if you would, doctor, explain to the jury 3 separate concepts: heart attack, cardiac arrest, and cardiac spasm.
Okay.
Let's start with heart attack.
So a heart attack is, let's go back to that concept of a house and the plumbing. A heart attack is when you have a blockage in the plumbing. So let me point up here again. Let's say there's a blockage there. All of a sudden, cholesterol plaque opens up. It blocks the artery. There's no blood flow, and that is called a heart attack.
Okay. How does that differ from a cardiac arrest?
So a cardiac arrest is something completely different. What a cardiac arrest is when the heart is not beating. So ventricular tachycardia, when it's barely moving, that's considered cardiac arrest. Ventricular fibrillation, when the heart is essentially quivering and shaking, that's considered a cardiac arrest. Asystole is another term. And what that means is lack of systole. Systole is when the heart squeezes, so it means when it's not moving. So cardiac arrest just means there's no blood flow going out of the heart.
And then what's the difference between those two and a cardiac spasm?
So a spasm is essentially a muscle spasm. The heart is a muscle. I'm sure all of us have had spasms of our legs if we go out for a run or a bike ride afterwards. Well, the heart is a muscle, and the blood vessels to the heart itself are muscles. So they can have a spasm where they just suddenly close and then they open again.
And then what is a heart arrhythmia? What does that mean?
So an arrhythmia just means an abnormal rhythm in the heart. So it's normal rhythm is when it's coming from the top and going down to the bottoms just like it's supposed to. An arrhythmia means it's coming from somewhere else. Instead of originating at the top like it's supposed to, it originates from somewhere else in the heart.
With doing an echocardiogram, can that show you specifically if there's a problem with the heart, where that problem is coming from or where it is in the heart?
It can.
How does it do that?
So let's go back to the example of this LAD.
Okay.
So if we look at this vessel, and again, I'm pointing at that same location, let's say there's a blockage right there. What will happen is there's no blood flow. So what you see is that part of the heart is not getting any oxygen. And again, that heart is a muscle. So what you'll see is on echo is that that part of the heart is not moving. This part will move, the right side, the left side will move, but that middle part of the heart will not move. It'll just be standing there.
And that can be detected through an echocardiogram, is that right?
Yes, it can.
What about via electrocardiogram?
What you'll see on electrocardiogram when you have an acute occlusion, when it's happening, a heart attack in real terms, is you'll see, again, when that vessel closes, you'll see something we call ST elevations. To not bore you with all the details of an electrocardiogram, but the various segments, and one of the segments is called the S and the other one is called the T wave. And to specifically localize it, it'll tell you that's where this is occurring. So that's called an ST elevation. There's another thing on the electrocardiogram called an ST depression. And what that tells you is it's just the area. Instead of saying it's pinpointing in that location, it's telling you it's somewhere here, somewhere in the front.
In examining the medical records of Elijah McClain in the hospital, did you observe echocardiogram results as well as electrocardiogram results?
Yes, I observed both.
And what did that tell you, or how did that inform your opinion in this case?
So what the echocardiogram showed was that he had a overall weak heart. The whole function was at 23%. What normal is considered 55 and above. That's a number called ejection fraction. It's just a change in diameter. Diastole when the heart fills with blood, systole when it squeezes. What's the change in diameter? Change in diameter. Oh, so it's a number called ejection fraction. And it's a change in diameter. So diastole, when the heart fills with blood, and systole is when it squeezes. That change in diameter from diastole to systole, that's a number we call ejection fraction. Normal is 55% and above. In Mr. McClain's, it was reported at 23%. So the whole heart was weak. However, the report continues to say there was a particular part of the heart that was weak. And that particular part of the heart that was weak was here in the front part of the heart, this part that we call the apex, which is the very bottom, and then here at the inferior portion of the heart. So those three areas were reported by the echo as being not moving at all. So they were extremely weak.
And that's in comparison to the rest of Mr. McClain's heart. Is that true?
Correct. The rest of the heart was weak also, but there was more movement. So these areas were healthier. This was less healthy.
That was the echocardiogram, correct?
Correct.
Did the electrocardiogram confirm those findings?
Yes, it did. So the electrocardiogram showed the specific terms is ST elevation in leads V2 and V3. Now, translated in plain English, what that means is the stickers that when you put on electrocardiogram, that goes just to the right of the sternum, and the V3, the sticker goes just to the left of the sternum. So they're looking essentially just right at the heart. Your heart's right underneath it. So it's looking at the front of the heart. And it's looking at this portion right here. And what that showed us was ST elevations. And what that is it's pinpointing at that part of the heart, saying that part of the heart is not getting any blood flow. Then what it also showed was ST depressions in the inferior, the bottom part of the heart. So what it's telling me is that this apex, and in particular here, this bottom part of the heart, at least that whole region is not getting blood flow.
And that differs from the rest of Mr. McClain's heart. Is that true?
Correct. The EKG did not show any other abnormalities in other regions. It showed it in those areas specifically.
Okay. With hypoxia, would you expect there to be findings throughout the whole heart?
So hypoxia means a lack of blood flow or lack of oxygen in the blood. So with hypoxia, what you will see is what we call global findings. It's not specific to one location. It's going to be everywhere. You're going to see changes in this, the front, the right, the left. You'll see it everywhere. So hypoxia is different in its the whole heart. That's where what we saw was more of a focused area.
In this case, you said that you reviewed body-worn cameras. Is that true?
I did.
Did you consider, in arriving at your opinion, the fact that Mr. McClain was involved in a violent altercation with police officers?
I'm sorry, repeat that question.
Did you consider informing your opinion the body-worn cameras that showed Mr. McClain in an altercation with police officers?
Yes.
And how did that inform your opinion?
So the body cam footage appears to show an altercation with the police. And one of the things that can happen when you have a particular altercation, a big emotional stress, a big physical stress, is adrenaline surge. It's just like when you get really excited or amped up about something, you'll get adrenaline coursing through your body. One of the things it can do in a blood vessel in the heart is it causes it to spasm. It will cause a blood vessel to clamp down, I'm sorry. And so, yes, a altercation with all that extra energy and adrenaline can certainly lead to spasm of a blood vessel.
Specifically, can having 3 grown men on top of you cause your heart to spasm?
I don't know the number of grown men it takes to cause a spasm.
Would you anticipate that could cause a spasm?
Yes.
How does a cardiac spasm affect, how would you expect it to affect a heart that already has a narrowed LAD as you described?
So you already have a compromised vessel that we know is somewhere in the 50 to 75% range. And even let's say a spasm, even if it lasts a very short amount of time, you're already not getting enough blood flow. Now a little bit of spasm can cause no blood flow to the heart. It essentially mimics a heart attack, but it's not a heart attack.
Okay. And then you have the spasm, how does that specifically affect that part of the heart if you have the narrowed LAD?
So then that essentially functions as a heart attack. It's the equivalent. Instead of cholesterol breaking and staying lodged, you have a narrowed vessel, then you have spasm. So the spasm will essentially close it. So it mimics a heart attack. So what the patient will feel is exactly a heart attack. They'll have the exact same symptoms. And so what you'll see with a spasm is the exact thing that we were discussing earlier, and that you'll see that, let's say there's that LAD. If you have spasm in that region, essentially you're getting a heart attack. You're not going to get blood flow here. And if it's a wraparound where it goes to this part of the heart, you'll see that the apex, the very tip of it, and the bottom also does not get blood flow.
Did you see in your review anything that indicated Mr. McClain having a wraparound LAD?
The two things that correlated with a wraparound LAD is exactly the EKG and the echo. They both showed me abnormalities in the area where I would expect a wraparound LAD to occur. So it supplies blood to the front of the heart, the apex, which is the very tip, and then the bottom of the heart. So both of them correlate with that exact same territory.
And how common is a wraparound LAD?
Literature says roughly about a third of people in the United States will have this.
Does that correlate at all, the wraparound LAD to a narrowed LAD? Do those two have anything to do with each other?
Two completely different things.
Is it possible for one person to have both, however?
Absolutely.
I want to talk to you about something called troponin. You're familiar with what that is?
Yes.
And could you explain to the jury what that is?
So troponin is an enzyme that is found only inside heart cells. So when you have a heart attack or any other damage to the heart, what happens is the heart cells die and the cells break open. And so the enzyme that's inside the cell will burst out and it goes into the bloodstream. The simple blood draw, we can measure the troponin. So it tells me how much damage was done to the heart from a heart attack.
With a heart attack, would you expect elevated troponin levels?
Yes. So heart attack values, you see significant elevation because there's a lot, essentially many heart cells that have died. The cells die, they open, enzyme breaks out into the bloodstream, and you can measure a higher value.
What about comparing the heart attack to a cardiac spasm?
So with a spasm, essentially you're getting that same mimic where the heart doesn't have blood flow. So when the heart has no blood flow, there'll be a minimal amount of cells that die. They open, they burst, and it goes out. But then blood flow comes back again. So it'll be a minimal elevation. So if you want to say with a heart attack, it's somewhere up here. With a spasm, it'll be lower, but it'll still be normal as 0. It'll be somewhere between a heart attack and 0.
And in your review of Mr. McClain's medical records, did you look at troponin levels?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find there?
His value was 2.2.
Which means what?
It's considered a very small heart attack or can be consistent with a spasm.
When you did the significant or minimal, how would his level fall in that description?
It's in the minimal range.
From that, is it your opinion Mr. McClain did not have a heart attack?
Correct. I agree. He did not have a heart attack.
Is that the troponin levels minimally elevated? Is that support for he had a cardiac spasm?
Well, let me paraphrase. Let me go back to that other question. So the 2.2 indicates that it's either a very small heart attack or a spasm that can cause it. So that's, I think, as much as I can say with that value.
Is the minimally elevated troponin levels you saw, would that be consistent with the cardiac spasm?
Yes, it would.
Were there physical signs, mental signs that you observed with Elijah McClain on the body-worn camera?
Yes.
Were there signs that supported your opinion that he had a cardiac spasm?
Spasm, you cannot say
Okay.
on the video.
Okay. What did you see that supported your opinion in this case?
So what I saw was that he had a struggle with the police. And I can't remember the exact timing, but I believe it was within 5-10 minutes of it that you see his words are starting to slur. He's not making sense anymore. And then all of a sudden he goes flaccid completely and he has no movement at all. And then within 20 minutes after the start of the altercation to when he's in the ambulance, I believe that's when they said he's coring. So we saw that timeline occurring. And how I put this together is he has altercation with the police. He has this wraparound LAD. We already know that he has a vessel that's occluded before all this ever happened. The LAD spasms, it causes an abnormal heart rhythm, which we know that anytime you have a spasm or a troponin release, that can lead to an abnormal heart rhythm. So I'm watching the video and you see that a few minutes again after the altercation, all of a sudden his words start slurring. Well, why do his words slur? Because he's not getting any blood flow to his brain. He could be in that rhythm ventricular tachycardia. So when you have no blood flow to your brain, it's almost like you're drunk. You can't think, you can't talk. You're just not getting enough blood flow. Then when it degenerates into ventricular fibrillation, again, that's when the heart doesn't beat at all. Now you're getting no blood flow to your brain. So essentially you're passed out. You're not responding to anything. You're getting no blood flow to your muscles. So you're completely flaccid. What used to be you're resisting, now you're not moving at all. And then when that continues on, then it becomes asystole, or what the ambulance call the core.
In your practice, Dr. Sundaram, do you observe anesthesiologists giving ketamine to patients?
Yes, I do.
Do you observe the amount of time it takes for an onset of the ketamine to affect the patient?
Response.
Judge, this is based upon his own observations, and he is a doctor, and this is a more a factual question.
This is the same objections I made towards Dr. Buser. Not going to give this challenges.
Well, I won't allow him to opine in this area, but if you can testify to his simple observations, I will allow it.
So you can answer the question.
3 to 5 minutes on average is what it takes. 2 to 3 times a week, my anesthesiologist will give ketamine to patients. And so I see the effect. And so that's why I'm estimating about 3 to 5 minutes.
On the body-worn cameras, did you observe Mr. McClain post-ketamine administration to almost immediately go completely limp? I'm just asking him what he saw on body-worn camera.
Well, I'll sustain the objection to the extent that it calls for expert testimony about the effects of ketamine.
And to be clear, Dr. Sundaram, you said a few minutes after the altercation is when you first started seeing some physical or mental effects on Mr. McClain. Is that right?
Yes.
And was that before the administration of ketamine?
Yes, it was.
What about vomiting? Did you see evidence of vomiting prior to the administration of ketamine?
Yes, I did.
And how could what you testified about Mr. McClain's heart affect his vomiting?
So the blood vessels in the bottom part of the heart, are literally right next to the stomach. The stomach sits right there. So if you look in your chest, your heart's here, your stomach is literally right below it. So when you have an occlusion of a vessel to the bottom part of the heart, one of the main symptoms is nausea and vomiting. So if you have an occlusion of that vessel, you're going to start throwing up. That's one of the main symptoms, and that's one of the things that clues you in that when a patient comes in with chest pain, they start throwing up. It's one of those vessels.
You indicated that you can't see evidence of a cardiac spasm just looking at somebody. Is that right?
Correct.
What about a narrowed LAD? Can you tell that just looking at somebody?
Cannot.
If I came into your clinic and I had a narrowed LAD and I was having a cardiac spasm, could you tell that looking at me?
Just by looking at you?
Yes.
No, I could not.
That's why you would have to put me through a stress test. Is that right?
Correct.
If I said my heart doesn't feel good, could you tell what part of the heart was being affected from looking at me?
Just by looking at you? No, I could not.
How about the way I was breathing? Could you tell what exactly was going on with my heart from that?
I could not.
In this case, Dr. Sundaram, did you form an opinion regarding Mr. McClain's condition at the scene and what he was suffering at the scene?
So the way I can piece all this together is, Occam's razor. What is the simplest explanation? Usually the simplest explanation is the correct one, right? And one explanation for all of this is he already has a left anterior descending that is compromised. We know that from the autopsy. He gets into a physical altercation and he has a spasm of his left anterior descending. The left anterior descending supplies blood to, again, the front part of the heart, the apex, which is the very tip, and the bottom. He starts vomiting because that's the part of the vessel, that vessel is closed. When you're vomiting, that's usually a sign that your heart's in real trouble. So you're already having that ventricular tachycardia. He then goes to ventricular tachycardia, ventricular fibrillation, and then he goes into asystole. Those are a continuum that can take frequently about 20 minutes. And that's essentially the time period that it happened. So I think it's the one explanation, one unifying explanation that can explain everything that happened to him. My proof essentially of that he has this wraparound LAD and it's causing, and that's what the problem is the EKG and the echo. They show the problems in that exact same territory. Both of them correlate with problems in the LAD, with the middle of the heart, the apex, and the bottom.
Aspiration alone, the 20-minute time frame, is that consistent with aspiration alone?
So aspiration, what that means is contents from the stomach go up and then they go down into the lungs. Obviously, the acid from your stomach, you don't want that in your lungs. And so the time course for that is usually more like 2 days, 3 days, not 20 minutes.
But she's a medical doctor and has been qualified as a doctor and as well in cardiology, but I believe he has expertise to opine here.
I'll sustain the objection.
Dr. Sundaram, is your opinion consistent with the observations made during Elijah McClain's autopsy?
The autopsy, I believe the consistent part was that narrowed left-hand tier descending.
Is it consistent with observations made in the echocardiogram and the electrocardiogram done at the hospital?
Yes, they both show problems in that same area.
And is it consistent with the observations you made of Elijah McClain on body-worn camera?
Yes, my findings, yes.
Dr. Sundaram, were you able to observe photos of the heart itself?
Yes, I did.
Am I right that on the diagram, there is a red vessel coming down and a blue vessel coming down?
Yes, there is.
Which is the red vessel?
The red is the artery and the blue is the vein.
Examining the photos of Mr. McClain's heart, and you examined photographs of Mr. McClain's heart that was
Yes, I
taken at autopsy?
Yes, it did.
Were you able to see either the artery or the vein?
You can see the vein. So how it runs, the diagram in this model and everything seems to show you that they run next to each other. They're in parallel. That's actually not the case. In humans, what it is the vein is on top of the artery. So what you can see is frequently the veins, but you know most of the time the artery runs there. And I say most of the time, but it doesn't have to. So what we saw in the photo was the vein. You could see the vein going down to the bottom. You couldn't see the artery though, because the artery is underneath it.
You said normally where the vein goes in that area, where the vein goes, the artery goes also. Is that right?
Correct.
Is there a percentage that you've observed or in the literature where that is true?
I tried to look for this in literature, and it's hard to find the actual number. I can tell you from my experience, seeing this. My experience is that it's roughly about 75% of the time.
Did the fact that the vein wrapped down in the manner you described, is that support for your belief that the LAD did as well?
Yes, but yes.
Had Dr. Sina investigated or dissected, I should say, the heart, would you have been able to see this wraparound LAD?
Speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase, had Dr. Sina dissected the heart, would you be able to see this area of the heart?
Yes, if he dissected that specific portion, then yes, I would see the artery and the vein.
He did not do, is that right?
He did not.
So had he done that, you could have been able to say if there actually, in fact, was a wraparound LAD or not.
Correct.
I'm not asking him to speculate. I'm asking him, could a determination be made one way or another? Not what that would be.
I'll allow the question in that form.
You understand the question?
Can you repeat it, please?
I hope so. Had Dr. Sina dissected that part of the heart, would you then be able to say with certainty whether there was a wraparound LAD or not?
Yes.
And why did you want to go to the coroner's office?
I wanted to see if that portion of the heart was preserved, so I could in fact see if there was a wraparound LAD or not. The second thing is I wanted to see that narrowed the 1 to 2 millimeter area. And I wanted to see if they had something called collateral vessels that was coming nearby it.
What are collateral vessels?
So what collateral vessels are essentially is a natural bypass. So let me pull up the heart model again. So let's say you have a blockage right here. So what a surgeon does is when they do a coronary artery bypass, a CABG, a bypass surgeries, they take a blood vessel from some other part of your body, usually your leg. They attach it to the aorta. The blockage is here. They'll go from the aorta to just distal to it. So all the blood can go around it, bypass that. What collaterals are these little tiny vessels that your body builds up. And that usually occurs over time, meaning several years. So if you have a blockage, then your body can essentially form a natural bypass around it. But that's not this immediate process that occurs today or tomorrow. That's from a blockage you've had for a long time.
Were you able to see any report indicating collateral blood vessels?
I did not see a report indicating there was collaterals or there were not collaterals. There was no comment on it.
And that part of the heart, because it was not preserved, you were not able to observe yourself. Is that true?
Correct.
Can an X-ray tell you the size of an individual's heart?
It's a very poor way to tell the size of a heart.
Why is that?
The distance from the camera, the film. So what an X-ray is meant to be, the X-ray is literally, if any of you have had it, you know that your chest has been literally right next to the X-ray. What if you're standing just a few millimeters away or centimeter away, then the film will look bigger. It'll make the heart look bigger. So you can't really make any conclusions from the size of the heart on a chest X-ray. In fact, I basically ignore it completely when I'm evaluating patients.
Is it more reliable to look at the echocardiogram or the electrocardiogram?
Yes, it is. In fact, when I see that on a chest X-ray, that's the first thing I say is let's get the echo and let's get an EKG.
Thank you, Doctor. I don't have further questions, Your Honor.
That seems like a good time to take our mid-afternoon break. I'll remind the jurors not to form or express any opinions, discuss the case even amongst yourselves, do no independent research, avoid any press coverages. And I'd like to have you back in roughly 15 minutes.
Thanks.
During the course of your review of this case, you had, I believe you testified that you had the opportunity to review extensive body worn camera footage, correct?
Yes.
And
Should be good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption, Doctor. So Mr. Pello asked you some questions that if he was your patient, what you could and could not see, correct?
Okay, yeah.
You remember those those questions?
Could you rephrase the ones you're going to be
Absolutely.
concerned with?
My question is, based on his questions, what does the role of assessment play in your clinical practice?
Repeat the question. Is that what role does assessment play?
Correct.
That's every patient every day.
Right. It's so important, isn't it?
Correct.
I mean, according to your report, you see on average 1,500 patients in your clinic annually. Did I understand that correct?
Correct. That's an approximation.
So when you sit down and you meet a patient and you're talking about a procedure, or even maybe for the first time, it's important to get a good report from them, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And as part of the assessment, it's important to actually talk to your patient. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
And it's important to sort of reasonably assess or address your patient's concerns.
Correct.
As part of your assessment, is it important to conduct a physical exam
Yes, it is.
or even to do necessary tests?
Yes.
And when you are discussing a procedure with your patients, I think you said you do two. You do pacemakers.
And ablations, correct.
Thank you.
Check, Your Honor, relevance and outside the scope of that.
Response.
Defense counsel, Mr. Pello went into questions concerning what this doctor could or could not see as far as medical conditions. And I'm asking how he makes that determination when he's assessing a patient. The door's been open.
Judge, I didn't ask about assessing a patient. I only asked about looking at somebody and being able to tell something.
That's an assessment, Judge.
The court would find that the questions were asked in terms of whether or not you could see the collaterals and other things of that nature if somebody walks into the office. So the court will sustain the objection, find it's beyond the scope of direct.
Now, your experience,
Oh, wait a second. All right, please continue.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, sir, your patients are mostly elderly, aren't they?
No, they're not.
Well, you probably have a wide range of patients,
I do.
but would you say that the mean average of your patients are a little older than 23?
Yes.
And what would you say is the mean average?
50.
Most 23-year-olds don't need pacemakers?
Correct.
And-
23-year-olds do need ablations, though.
Okay. And when you think about the number of 23-year-olds who get that procedure, is it fair to say that that procedure is also done in a typically an older population?
It depends on what type of ablation you're talking about. If you're talking about SVT ablations, I've done 12-year-olds. It's more based on weight to me, the youngest age I will see. But I've seen 12-year-olds. I've seen last week I did surgeries on an 18-year-old and a 22-year-old.
And when you talk about ablations, what kind of heart condition is that?
So a supraventricular tachycardia is an extra circuit inside the heart. It's essentially, think of it as a short circuit. And essentially I have to go in, find the short circuit and zap it with a laser.
But according to your opinion, that type of procedure or that type of problem did not exist here with Mr. McClain.
He did not have a supraventricular tachycardia. He had what appeared to be a ventricular tachycardia, ventricular fibrillation.
And that is not common in 23-year-olds.
That is not common in 23-year-olds, but I certainly have my share of patients that are 23 that do have those problems.
Okay, so doctor, I'm going to ask you to answer the questions that I'm asking. So my question was, that is not common with 23-year-olds.
Correct. That is not common in 23-year-olds.
Now, in your event section, I'm going to step back. As part of your work on this case, you wrote a report, correct?
Correct.
And the report that I received had a title, SS Report for EM Case V2.
Yes.
What does that mean, V2?
SS is myself, my initials, Elijah McClain initials, version 2.
And is this an amended report that you did?
No, it is I write a report, and then usually before I do any report, I sleep on it and I change it the next day, and that's the next day's version 2.
Okay, thank you very much. So now going back to your event section, you write in your report that this was a 23-year-old African-American male who was noted to be acting strangely on August 26th of 2019. Is that a fair statement from your report?
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you, the term acting strangely, was that your phrase or did you make that a phrase based on what others observed?
I believe I got that from one of the reports I read somewhere.
All right. But you did not make that determination yourself, correct?
Correct.
You were relying on someone else who made that determination.
Correct.
And then you said that it happened on August 26, 2019.
Correct.
You do realize this happened on August 24th, 2019.
Okay.
So that was a typo, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, did you watch the Shell station video in order to see Mr. McClain before this altercation?
Yes.
And there was nothing really strange about him in the Shell station, was there?
Correct.
Now, I understand that you said you make that determination that he was acting strangely based on other people's perception, but in your own practice, you would make your own evaluation, wouldn't you?
Correct.
But you didn't do your own evaluation in this case for that term, right?
I am not seeing him as a patient, therefore I cannot make my own assessment.
You mentioned in that event section that when he was placed in handcuffs, he became tachycardic and I probably won't mispronounce this, diaphoretic.
Diaphoretic.
Now, did you make that your own assessment or were you also accepting it from someone else's assessment?
I'm accepting the report from somebody else.
Now, tachycardic typically means a rapid heartbeat that may be regular or irregular, but is out of proportion to the age and level of exertion. Is that a fair definition?
Correct.
So you don't really know if he was tachycardic or not, do you?
I was not there myself examining him, so I cannot tell you. I'm relying on the report.
But even when you watch the body-worn camera, you can't tell initially that he's tachycardic.
Correct.
And how about diaphoretic? You did not make that assessment yourself, right?
Yes and no. You can see he's breathing fast. Diaphoretic just means breathing rapid rate, so you can see that. But I can't tell you the exact rate. I could not tell.
And he's certainly not sweating a lot, right?
No, I did not see that.
You also talk about a chokehold was placed. Do you remember that terminology in your event section?
Correct.
And you do realize it wasn't a chokehold, it was a carotid hold. Do you understand the difference between the two?
I do not.
You then say in your event section that paramedics were called to the scene and you write SEEN. So I'm assuming you meant SCENE.
My spell check needs some help.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. You mentioned that based on his estimated weight, he was administered 500 milligrams intramuscular of ketamine. Do you have any idea, based on your review, how they got to the decision to give 500 milligrams of ketamine?
I do not.
I object. This is way outside the scope of direct.
Your Honor, this is part of his report, and on cross-examination, we're allowed a little leeway.
I'll allow a little leeway, but not, we're getting a little far outside of the examination, so go ahead.
Now, both defense counsel have asked you about Mr. McClain's condition that led to your opinion, and you mentioned in your event section that you noted that he was breathing still 3 to 4 minutes after the ketamine.
Correct.
Did I state that correctly in your report?
I believe so.
All right. But you didn't talk about those breaths, right? You didn't describe them. You didn't comment on them, nothing like that, right?
Correct.
But at the time, his breathing has deteriorated amazingly from the time that he was first seen on body worn camera. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm not sure. I can't answer that with a yes or no.
Well, is it fair to say that from the time you see him in the Shell station to the time you see him on the pram after he's given ketamine, he's a different person?
Correct.
Now, as we already talked about when I first asked you some questions, in your report, your opinion is based on the most likely cause of death, correct?
In my opinion, what the most likely cause of death is, correct.
Your opinion does not state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
I don't understand the legal definitions of what you're trying to parse out.
Okay. But your report never says that you are giving these opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
It does not state those words.
In fact, your opinions are all stated in it's likely, it's possible. There's no certainty in your opinion stated in your report.
That is correct, but that's the decisions I have to make on many patients.
I understand, but in this report, you are saying it's most likely.
Correct.
Now, you talk about the narrowed coronary artery being congenital.
Correct.
And my understanding is that was something that Mr. McClain was born with.
Not necessarily.
So, but you can't tell how long he's had this.
Correct, I cannot.
So he could have had it for years.
He could have, but that's when you expect to see those collateral vessels if he had it for years.
And he's had this for a significant period of time, and he has been able to go to work, correct?
Okay, I don't know if he went to work or not.
All right. So you haven't looked at any of the reports surrounding his life and how he was?
I did not.
From my review of your materials section, I did not see that you reviewed any of Mr. McClain's medical records other than his UC health records. Am I correct about that?
You are correct, but after the report, and I was given some pediatric records that I reviewed.
Okay, I understand that. That might have happened after your report.
Correct.
But for your report, and is documented in your report, you do not document that you looked at any of his pediatric records.
Correct, I did not see him at that time.
And you would agree that a patient's history can be informative as far as their current condition.
Yes.
And certainly in your own work with cardiac patients, you would want to know past significant medical history.
Yes.
And certainly a patient's past medical and physical history is an important factor in diagnosing and treating them.
Correct.
And so you would typically ask a patient if they exercise regularly.
Correct.
Or if they're having chest pains.
Yes.
And certainly factors like, do you exercise? Do you have chest pain or other symptoms? Are all important in rendering an accurate diagnosis.
Yes.
And determining treatment.
Yes.
Now, you would agree that Mr. McClain was a healthy 23-year-old man before his encounter with police and paramedics.
I don't know his past medical history at that point when I wrote the report.
But you have read and explored the UC health records, right?
Yes.
And as part of your role in this case, and really as your role as a physician, you consult with other doctors, don't you?
I do.
And sometimes coming to a diagnosis can be a group effort.
It can be.
And so did you read Dr. Moss's report that said that his ability to wean vasopressors is suggestive of a stunned myocardium in a young, I'm sorry, I'm reading too fast. I'll start again. Ability to wean vasopressors is suggestive of a stunned myocardium in a young, previously healthy patient.
So, sorry, what is the question?
The question is, do you remember reading that from Dr. Moss's testimony? I mean, reports and the UC Health record?
I believe so.
So certainly Dr. Moss thought he was a young, previously healthy patient.
Okay.
Well, do you agree that that's what Dr. Moss said?
That's what he thought at the time.
And because you did not review any of his pediatric records, you're not aware of any previously hospitalization or clinic for any issues relating to his heart in 23 years, are you?
Correct.
Now, if you learn from a patient that they did not suffer from any symptoms from a birth defect such as a congenital coronary artery, it would tell you a lot about whether or not it was affecting them in the current time.
Maybe.
But certainly a patient would know if this was bothering them.
They would have symptoms, but sometimes patients don't have symptoms until it's too late.
And what are the normal symptoms? I mean, if they report symptoms to you, what are they?
They can vary depending on what the problem is.
Well, how about with the spasm? They're
That's-
going to know that, aren't they?
Actually, they may not. Common symptoms of spasm can be chest pain, shortness of breath, an ache. Had an ache in the middle of the chest, that could be spasm. Spasm could be passing out. Spasm can be abnormal heart rhythm. Spasm can be a lot of different things. So it doesn't necessarily. And patients come in with symptoms all the time and we're not sure what it is. And so we have to narrow it down. So they won't necessarily come to me. I'd like it if they could come to me and say, my heart hurts because of spasm. That would make my job a lot easier.
But they know something is wrong, right? They feel different.
Sometimes.
And did I understand you correctly that you did not read any reports from family or friends that talked about his medical condition on August 24th of 2019?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned that you read some prior testimony of some of the experts,
Correct.
but you did not read any prior testimony from his friends and family?
I did not.
But friends and family will often know if a person has present medical conditions or they're complaining of present medical conditions. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection, speculation.
And it's outside the scope.
Response.
They're talking about his medical condition and he's giving an opinion of a medical condition. And I'm trying to explore what factors would determine whether or not this medical condition actually existed. And so I'm probing the expert's opinion.
All right, it is cross-examination, so the court will allow a little more leeway than normal.
So if his friend Madison Freeman discussed at a prior hearing that he runs every day and bikes every day, and he's been doing this for 2 years and never complained, would you take that into consideration if you were assessing Mr. McClain as your patient?
I take that with a grain of salt when other people tell me about things.
How about the fact that Mr. McClain was working 10-hour shifts at his job as a massage therapist? Wouldn't you take that into consideration when you are determining what is going on with him presently on August 24th, 2019?
Judge, I'm going to object to this. This is outside the scope of direct, and I know it's cross.
So I said I would give a little leeway. I think I have. So next question.
Now, you state in your materials that you reviewed the post-mortem examination records. That's right?
Yes.
And that would include Dr. Cena's original autopsy report and his amended report.
Correct.
And you would agree that in Dr. Cena's amended report, he does not even mention the narrowed coronary artery.
Correct.
Now, were you actually giving his testimony about this issue before you wrote your report?
The autopsy report, you mean?
I'm sorry, Dr. Cena's prior testimony on this issue, were you given his testimony?
I can't recall if I have his or not.
Would that be important for you to consider what Dr. Cena, who actually saw the heart, his opinion on this issue?
I believe he did. He wrote the autopsy, correct? He was the
did.
doctor that did the autopsy. So I read the autopsy reports.
But you would understand that in a sworn testimony statement, that experts will often elaborate about their opinion.
Objection, speculation, and foundation.
Sustained.
Would it have been helpful for you to get his further statements concerning this issue?
I'm not sure if it'll help me or not, but happy to review it.
Now, you also mentioned that you actually went to the coroner's office to examine Dr. Cena's stock jars, correct?
Correct.
And I was a little confused on your direct examination. Did you say that you did not get the microscopic slides?
I did not.
You're aware that they were made, correct?
I was not aware.
Did you ask to see them?
Well, I was not aware, so I could not ask to see them.
When you went to the coroner's office, did you ask to look at everything that Dr. Cena looked at?
To see the post-mortem remains. And they showed me a jar and it had just a portion of his heart inside it.
But you didn't think that you could see whether or not they had microscopic slides?
I did not. It's the first time I've done this. I didn't know that was an option.
What about talking to Dr. Cena himself?
I didn't know I could do that, and nor would I do that without the court's permission either.
Did you ask for the court's permission?
Nope, I did not.
Did you rely on the autopsy report in forming your medical opinion?
Yes, I did.
And you would agree with me that there's no evidence in the autopsy report that Mr. McClain had a recent narrowing of his coronary artery.
Well, he had a narrowing of the coronary artery. You cannot tell how old it was. Collaterals would tell you it's old. Lack of collaterals will tell you it's new.
So, Dr.
However,
to interrupt you, I'm asking about the evidence in the autopsy report.
Judge, I'm objecting. He answering her question about what was in the autopsy report regarding collaterals. She asked the question, then just cut off the answer.
All right, rephrase.
Oh, so I'm sorry, doctor. I'm talking about the autopsy report, the physical report.
Okay.
There is no evidence in that report that Mr. McClain had a recent narrowing of his coronary artery.
there is evidence he had narrowing of the coronary artery. The time course is not, you cannot determine that, whether it's recent or old.
And of course, the autopsy report does not mention a coronary spasm either.
Autopsy reports are never going to mention a coronary spasm. That's not something you see on an autopsy report.
I understand, doctor, but my question is, the autopsy report does not discuss it.
Correct.
Now, you said on direct that depending upon how narrow the coronary artery might be, it could be 50% to 75% narrowed. Was that your testimony?
Correct.
Well, that kind of depends, since everyone has talked about that it was 1 to 2 and the average is 3 to 4. Wouldn't you agree?
Correct.
So if his was 2 and the average is 3, that's not 50%.
If his is, you're saying if his is 2 millimeters open and the average is 3, correct.
Correct.
Then it's 1/3 occluded.
Correct, 30%.
Correct.
So the range that you gave of 50% to 75% is a little misleading, isn't it?
I would disagree with that, because if the average is 3 to 4, then, and his is 1 to 2, pick the numbers right in the middle. That gives you roughly 50%.
But you don't know, right?
Do not know the exact number.
So you're speculating that it's 50 to 75%.
Correct.
It goes back to your report, that is, you're not making an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Objection asked and answered.
I'm talking about this opinion right now, Judge.
That she already asked it, he already answered.
He has.
Now, you would agree that the findings in the autopsy are important to this case, wouldn't you?
Correct.
And the autopsy report does not even mention a wraparound LAD.
Correct.
And you would agree that that would be a relevant finding to include in the cardiac section of the autopsy report.
Correct. It was not mentioned that it was there or that it was not there. There was no mention of it.
And of course, it was Dr. Cena who actually saw the heart, right?
Correct.
And you elected not to speak to Dr. Sina about the appearance of the heart.
I've never spoken to any other witness at any other trial.
Your opinion actually says Mr. McClain may have also had a wraparound LAD, correct?
Correct.
May. So this is also an opinion that is not done to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Well, that one I'll disagree with you on because there's two pieces of evidence that say there is a wraparound LAD. One is the echo findings that show me that the wall motion abnormality, the area of the heart that did not work, fits a wraparound LAD. Two, the EKG findings show me changes that fit a wraparound LAD. Three, clinically, he's vomiting. You have a wraparound LAD that is compromised and it affects the bottom part of the heart that's next to the stomach, you will have vomiting. So there's three pieces of evidence that suggest that he does have a wraparound LAD.
But you wrote in your report, may.
Correct.
You did not write he had it or he did have it.
Well, the only way you can be 100%.
I'm sorry, doctor. You did not write that he had it.
Correct.
You also mentioned in your report, the other finding of the autopsy is that Mr. McClain did not have collateral blood vessels,
Correct.
right? Where in the amended autopsy report or the original autopsy report does it have this statement?
He does not have that statement.
Were you provided Dr. Sina's 2021 sworn testimony?
I reviewed a lot of testimony, so you'll have to refresh me.
Sure. So it's his prior testimony in 2021. Would it help for me to show it to you?
Sure.
Can we please show Dr. Sina's prior testimony in 2021, page 16, lines 9 through 14, just to the witness?
Is this it starting at number 9?
If you would, if you just take a moment and look at that and tell me whether or not this refreshes your memory.
Correct.
Now, you would agree that Dr. Sina has previously testified that his small coronary artery was congenital, correct?
Yes, it says it there.
And that in this situation concerning his collateral circulation, he testified that he likely had sufficient collateral circulation in his heart to provide enough oxygen to the heart muscle during intense physical exertion. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did you review Dr. Sina's opinion that he did not believe that Mr. McClain's coronary artery contributed to his death?
Yes.
And that was in his amended autopsy report and his prior testimony. Would you agree with that?
I believe so.
Would it help for you to refresh your memory, or would you like to look at something else?
Sure.
Maybe please show to the witness Dr. Sina's prior testimony in 2021, page 60, lines 9 through 16. You could just take a moment, review that.
Okay.
Does this refresh your memory that Dr. Sina did not believe that this small coronary artery contributed to Elijah McClain's death?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you notice whether or not Dr. Sina talked about whether or not Mr. McClain had any disease in his heart arteries?
I don't recall that.
Could we please show to the witness, Dr.
I'm going to object to this. I didn't go into Dr. Sina's report at all. This is all about what Dr. Sina said rather than this witness's opinion. She's not even asking him about whether this affected his opinion, just about what Dr. Sina said. And I object to it. It's beyond the scope.
I'm trying to lay foundation, and then I will ask him questions about these opinions.
All right. Well, you can direct them to certain testimonies if you want to, but I'm not going to have it repeatedly by counsel.
You would agree that Dr. Sina did not believe that Mr. McClain had any issue with his heart arteries. He had no blockage. He had no disease.
That is Dr. Sina's opinion, correct?
And the fact that there was no, and please forgive me, I'm going to say this word wrong, atherosclerosis.
Atherosclerosis,
Thank you very much. Or how about thrombosis? Is that correct?
correct.
What is atherosclerosis?
Cholesterol deposits essentially inside the heart. That's the simplest explanation.
And how about thrombosis?
Clot inside the heart.
And you would agree that Mr. McClain did not have this issue?
Correct.
And that's a typical finding for a 23-year-old. They wouldn't have these classic heart symptoms, a disease at 23.
That is incorrect.
But in this 23-year-old, it wasn't present.
Correct.
Did you read that in the autopsy report that it mentioned that the coronary arteries arose normally, followed the usual distribution, and were widely patent? Did you see that?
Correct.
And this is not consistent with a more recent narrowing of the coronary arteries, isn't it? Is it?
Again, going back, you cannot tell the time course from that.
And I was going to ask you about the microsurface slides, but you never saw those.
Correct.
In your material review section, you state that you reviewed all the records from University of Colorado. Is that my understanding?
Correct.
And when Mr. McClain was admitted to the hospital and throughout his short stay there, the doctors did several tests during his stay. Is that true?
True.
And certainly Mr. McClain received a cardiac evaluation at UC Hospital.
Correct.
And he had the repeated electrocardiograms that you've already talked about.
Mhm.
And he had them on August 24th, 2019, August 25th, 2019, and August 27th, 2019.
Correct.
Did you look at all three?
You did.
Have you talked today about all three?
I believe I talked about the EKG immediately when he arrived at the hospital. These are dynamic. They change over time. So the EKGs that are most relevant are the ones when they come in.
So you didn't think the other further EKGs were relevant to your opinion?
They did not add any extra information to it.
Did you see that these electrocardiograms were reviewed by cardiologists at the hospital?
Correct.
Now, you would agree with me that the medical records do not mention anything about a wraparound LAD.
Correct. They do not, but they're not going to know unless they look.
Once again, doctor, I'm asking, the medical records that you review do not discuss this.
Correct.
Did you notice when you reviewed the medical records that physicians at UC Health did a chest CT and then the results state the heart is normal in size and there's no significant coronary artery calcifications?
Correct.
What does that mean?
Well, normal in size, I believe, is fairly obvious. Just means it's not large or small, and no coronary calcifications. So you have to give me a minute to explain this one. Is that when there is, if this is a blood vessel, cholesterol will build on top of the vessel, and then it goes into the vessel. You can't see the cholesterol, but what you can see is the calcium. So when calcium forms on top, if there's calcium, that means there's most likely going to be cholesterol also. Doesn't mean there has to be, but it's most likely to be. It's the idea of when there is smoke, there is fire. If you see smoke, you know there's most likely a fire somewhere.
And Mr. McClain did not have that.
Correct.
You mentioned in your report that you thought Mr. McClain was likely emotionally charged at the time due to his encounter with law enforcement.
Correct.
Did I read that correctly from your report?
Yes.
And that would make sense. Don't you agree when you have 3 officers that grab you?
Yes.
And you say that the video evidence appeared to show evidence of superhuman strength. Did you actually see that on the video? Or are you once again using other people's opinions or statements as your own?
Using that was repeated multiple times on the video.
But you didn't actually see evidence of superhuman strength.
Correct. I did not see it myself.
And it's from this reliance on other people's statements that you write, with this much energy and emotional excitement can lead to coronary spasm. Is that true?
Yes.
So you base your opinion on what others were saying in the video.
There was clearly a scuffle. So I don't necessarily want to say that's other people saying it. There was a scuffle in the video. I didn't observe, you can't see the scuffle because the angle of the body cam, but there's clearly a scuffle. So there was something that occurred.
Sure. But when you talked about evidence of superhuman strength, that is what you're relying on other people.
That one, they were saying that he did a push-up with 3 policemen on him. That one you could not see in the body cam. So I'm relying on what all the reports at that time were saying.
And when you talk about energy output, could you describe what that means?
Can you use the sentence? How did I use that in a sentence?
Certainly. You state in your opinion, and I say, quote, with this much energy and emotional excitement can lead to coronary spasm. I guess I should correct my question and say, with this much energy. What are you talking when you say with this much energy?
Heightened state, adrenaline levels in the body.
So once again, you don't know what adrenaline level Mr. McClain was experiencing right then and there, right?
Unless you have a blood test, you cannot tell.
Correct.
But this, I can tell whenever you're stressed about something. Everybody has higher adrenaline levels.
Sure, but you don't know at this stage what Mr. McClain's adrenaline levels were.
Correct.
And when you use the term emotional excitement, what are you talking about?
Just that he was probably excited. He's not sitting in calm. There's obviously something going on there.
So I heard you say probably. You don't really know what Mr. McClain was feeling at that moment.
Correct.
And certainly you would agree, based on kind of common sense, that we all experience energy output and emotional excitement.
Yes.
It's a pretty common everyday experience.
Yes, it is.
I mean, certainly athletes in competition experience that, right?
Yes, they do.
Women giving birth,
Sure.
people hiking in Colorado,
Okay.
but none of us have instantaneous coronary spasms, do we?
That actually, coronary spasms in the setting of emotional outbursts are actually quite common. So, so much so that there's terms for it. It's now called broken heart syndrome. The Japanese call it takatsubos. This occurs worldwide. Broken heart syndrome. This is a common occurrence after an emotional output. So yes, it does happen on a regular basis.
But really, it happens frequently in older women.
That is the most common, but it doesn't have to be. I've seen it in multiple age groups, both genders.
But my question is, if you had to look at the spectrum of when this happens, it happens in older women.
Is the most common population, but it's not the only population it's described in.
And it really started with older women in Japan, that's where that term came from.
The term, it was first described in older women in Japan, but we've been seeing it worldwide for decades. I remember seeing it as a cardiology fellow 25 years ago.
Once again, doctor, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you to answer the question I'm asking.
So it was first described in literature in Japan, but is not exclusive to Japan.
My question was, it started in Japan with older women.
That is incorrect.
Now, aren't the risks for coronary artery spasms triggered by certain situations?
It can be.
So tobacco use could trigger it.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Tobacco use?
Oh, yes,
Or exposure to the cold?
yes.
Or illegal use of stimulant drugs like methamphetamine and cocaine?
Yes.
Were you given the toxicology report in this case?
I did see it, but I don't recall it specifically.
Do you remember or not whether Mr. McClain had any illegal stimulant drugs in his blood?
Judge, I object. This is way beyond the scope. I didn't go into toxicology at all, and he's not qualified to opine.
Judge, I'm asking about coronary spasms, which he has given an opinion on, and I'm trying to explore when they occur.
All right, well, I'll ask if he remembers anything of that nature, but not any further opinions.
Do you remember reading that in the toxicology report?
I do. I remember reading the toxicology report, and I'm thinking back to my memory, and I'm not sure if it said marijuana or not, but I'm not positive.
Would you agree with me that the main risk factors for coronary spasm include age,
Correct.
patients with diabetes,
Yes.
and patients with high blood pressure?
Yes.
You would agree, based on your review of the UC health records, that Mr. McClain was not a diabetic?
Correct.
He did not have high blood pressure,
Correct.
and he certainly wasn't older.
Correct.
You have no knowledge that Mr. McClain ever previously suffered from a coronary spasm, do you?
Correct.
Now, you have already testified that you did look at the electrocardiograms from UC Health.
Correct.
Do you remember reviewing the one by Dr. Edward Gill?
I don't know who ordered the EKG.
Maybe please show just to the witness, Bates stamp 36642.
Okay, this is a report of an EKG. This is not the actual EKG.
And based on this report, would you just take a moment, doctor, and review it for me?
Correct.
You say in your report on page 4 that the EKG showed ST elevation in leads V2 and V3, and that, in your opinion, this corresponds with the LAD territory and is consistent with spasm of the LAD.
Yes.
But if you look at this record, it actually says the anterior ST elevation probably due to LVH.
Okay, so first, those are the synonymous areas. V2 and V3 is anterior. So it's saying the exact same terms. Okay. Second, that's an interpretation. That's not a clinical interpretation. That's just looking just at the EKG and saying, well, I wonder what this could be from. Okay, could be from LVH, left ventricular hypertrophy. All that means is the heart is thicker in that area.
But Dr. Gill at the hospital, the cardiologist, said that the anterior ST elevation was probably due to left ventricular hypertrophy, which is not in coronary spasm.
So again, this is a speculation on the part of that doctor. He's looking at that EKG without looking at the records of the patient and just interpreting it based just on that EKG.
But you don't really know that, do you, doctor? Because the report is very clear that he's given a medical opinion at the time of treatment for Mr. McClain.
So let's clarify. Frequently, the doctor that reads the EKG and the doctors that see the patient can be two different things. So that doesn't necessarily have to be. And then when you do read the EKGs, they're frequently done and interpreted 72, 48, sometime afterwards. They're not done simultaneously. So these can be completely different opinions at different times.
But you would agree with me that this medical report does not indicate that he has a coronary spasm.
You cannot tell spasm from an EKG.
Well, in your entire review of the UC Health records, none of the records mention a coronary spasm.
Correct.
So you were the only one of all the treating physicians that's saying that Mr. McClain had a coronary spasm.
Correct.
Did you ever talk to Dr. Mark Moss about his condition at the hospital?
I did not.
Wouldn't you have thought that talking to the doctor who treated him and had hands-on experience would have the most information concerning Elijah McClain's test results?
So first, I'm not seeing the patient directly. So for HIPAA reasons, I can't talk to other doctors about other patients that I've never seen, that I'm not involved in their care.
But once again, you're not making this coronary spasm to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Again, I don't know. I'm a doctor, not a lawyer. I do not understand what the difference in terms is.
You also mentioned that you reviewed the echocardiograms, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that a cardiologist at UC Health also interpreted the echoes of the heart?
Correct.
And you would agree, per the cardiologist at UC Health, that they never mention a wraparound LED in the medical records?
You're not going to see that on an echo. That is not the location where you can find it. So of course they're not going to mention it there.
But of course, it's not mentioned anywhere in his records.
Correct.
And of course, there's no mention of a wraparound LED either.
Sorry, what is the question?
Yeah, there's no mention in the medical records that Mr. McClain had a wraparound LED.
Correct.
Now, in your report, you noted that Elijah McClain had nausea and vomiting.
Correct.
And you connected that with the fact that you thought he had this wraparound LED.
Yes.
And you would agree that there are a lot of things that can cause nausea and vomiting.
Correct.
So being placed in 2 carotid holds can lead to nausea and vomiting.
I would most likely disagree with that, but I don't know the data on that one.
How about metabolic acidosis?
Yes.
How about hypoxia?
Most likely not.
You mentioned in your report that you saw that Mr. McClain made the statement, "I can't fix myself."
Yes.
Did you know that he defecated in his pants?
I did not.
I object. That's beyond the scope and it's irrelevant.
Response.
He talked about video in his report and on direct examination, and I'm exploring whether or not he looked into other reasons for the fact that he may have.
I'll sustain the objection.
Now, in this case, when did you get retained?
I don't recall the exact date. I'm going to guess approximately about a year ago.
And how many hours do you think that you have put in so far
Uh,
on this investigation
Approximately 30
in 1 year?
in 1 year,
And how much do you get paid per hour?
500 per hour.
And so you've been paid for your time like all the experts in this case.
Correct.
Now, you would agree, doctor, that your opinion sort of stands alone in regarding to Mr. McClain's heart.
Yes.
Dr. Sina doesn't agree with your opinion, or his opinion is different than yours.
Yes.
And certainly Dr. Buther's opinion is different. Dr. Mitchell's opinion is different,
Correct?
and Dr. Moss.
Correct? I would say I'm the only cardiologist, though, so I'm going to have a different opinion.
Well, you don't know that Dr. Buther worked in critical care and with emergency patients, and so he has a lot of heart experience. You don't know that about him.
He's not a cardiologist, correct?
Just one more moment, Your Honor. I have nothing else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Dr. Sundaram, in forming your opinion in this case, did you consider the initial autopsy report of Dr. Sina?
Yes, I did.
And did Dr. Sina, in that initial autopsy report, which he issued, list contributing factors to Mr. McClain's death?
Yes, he did. And I believe he said it was the narrowed LAD was a contributing factor to it.
As well as intense physical exertion? Is that
Yes, he did.
That's basically your opinion here today, is the intense physical exertion and a narrow LAD contributed to Mr. McClain's death.
Correct.
So in essence, your opinion agrees with Dr. Sina's initial autopsy report
Yes, it did.
before he changed it.
Correct.
Dr. Sundaram, would you expect someone who was in a violent encounter with 3 other people to be tachycardic after that? He's a cardiologist, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can I answer that question? Yes, absolutely. Any sort of excitement, any sort of physical violence will raise your heartbeat.
What about emotional upheaval in a person? Can that cause tachycardia as well?
Yes, absolutely.
What did you observe about Mr. McClain's breathing as the events progressed on body-worn camera?
You know, that's a little difficult to see, but you can tell that he's his respiratory rate, he's slowly going down, and that he's breathing a little faster initially, and then over time it gets less and less and less. His breathing rate definitely decreases over time.
Okay. Did you consider that in your opinion?
Yes, it did.
You were asked a question about athletes.
Yes.
Does the fact that someone's an athlete change whether you could have a narrow LAD that could contribute to health problems?
It does not. Let me expand a little on this. So, I have patients come to me all the time telling me, I'm an athlete, I run all the time. And I ask them, well, how far do you go? Oh, I go a mile. Well, how fast do you run? Well, I walk a little bit, I will run a little bit. You know, there's a difference between someone that runs a 5-minute mile and someone that runs a 15-minute mile. 15-minute mile is just walking, essentially. And so just by someone telling me they're an athlete, I don't believe it until I put them on a treadmill and can objectify it. And to answer your question specifically, you know, there's reports, you know, there's
And taking hikes. Well, taking a hike, I don't find in the realm of emotional excitement, so the court will allow the question.
so, you know, if you want to look, there's a guy named Jim Fix who was he was a guy that in the 1970s wrote all the books about running. They got the fitness craze going in the United States. He actually had run something like 10 Boston marathons, and he was found dead at age 52 when he was out on a training run. And when they did the autopsy, they found he had heart disease. So here's a guy that's running marathons and having it. Closer to home, Darryl Kyle. He's from Inglewood, so right in the Denver metro area. He's a professional baseball player. He was a pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals. Professional athlete. The day that he had a pitching start, he was found dead.
All right, I'm not going to allow a recitation of every athlete that may have had heart problems. So narrow the questions and narrow the answers.
Is it fair to say there have been professional athletes who had unobserved heart issues,
Correct.
weren't discovered until after they passed?
Correct.
Check, these were all questions I asked about energy output in coronary spasm.
All right, I limited the questioning, then we're there now.
Dr. Sundaram, you testified that after issuing your report, you went back and looked at Elijah McClain's pediatric records as well. Is that right?
Correct.
Did that change your opinion in any way?
It's not in his report.
I'm asking him if it changes his opinion that he's testifying to.
Scope and people are not overdose.
She asked the questions about it, Your Honor, so she's on notice. She asked those questions.
Questions about whether or not you reviewed it. Did it happen?
Right, and I'm asking if that review changed his opinion at all.
It's not relevant, Judge.
I'm going to sustain the objection, as that was the limit on the cross-examination, was whether he had reviewed it prior or after.
Dr. Sundaram, you testified that you did not review any actual microscopic slides. Is that correct?
Correct.
However, in Dr. Sina's initial autopsy report, he refers to evidence of microscopic analysis. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you review that?
I do. You'd have to refresh my memory. I don't remember it saying that it was anything specific that he found with the slides.
Because that wasn't relevant to your opinion, what he observed. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Dr. Sina did not note, and you were asked whether he noted a wraparound LAD, correct?
Correct.
Which he did not.
He did not comment one way or another, whether it existed or did not exist.
You also observed on the heart photos from the hospital and from Dr. Sina, I believe, a wraparound vein. Is that correct?
We did. Correct.
He doesn't reference that in his autopsy report either, does he?
Correct.
Response.
Judge, this is foundation where the doctor testified when you see the wraparound vein, about 75% of the time you see the wraparound artery as well. The question.
That was discussed on direct, I understand.
Correct. But on cross, he was asked about Dr. Sina not documenting the wraparound artery. I'm asking, he also didn't document the wraparound vein.
All right, you can, I'll let the witness answer that specific question.
Correct. He did not document a wraparound vein.
But there was one, wasn't there?
Correct.
Based on what you yourself saw occur on the body worn camera video regarding Mr. McClain's altercation with police, did you observe enough to lead you to the conclusion of a coronary spasm?
No, it's a combination of everything. You can't see it from just the body cam. Can't make that decision from just the body cam.
Did the body cam footage contribute to your opinion in that regard?
Yes, it did contribute.
And so we're clear, Dr. Sundaram, is your opinion based on your medical experience, knowledge, and training?
Yes, it is.
So whether we use magic words of to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, this is based on your experience, training, and knowledge as a cardiologist. Is that right?
Correct.
Was leading.
You want me? I'll rephrase it. What is your opinion in this case based upon, Dr. Sundaram?
It is based on my 17 years of experience as a practicing cardiologist and electrophysiologist.
For you to have reached this opinion, did Mr. McClain have to be acting strange?
No, he did not.
For you to reach the opinion that you did he have to have superhuman strength?
No, he did not.
For you to have reached this opinion, did he have to have done a push-up with 3 officers on him?
No, he did not.
Why would medical records discuss a wraparound LAD?
They would, if you see a patient and they have findings of a heart attack and you're trying to figure out, that's when it would say, oh, it's a wraparound LAD. So unless they're specifically looking for it with an angiogram or looking for it to try to prevent one from the future, they're not going to be discussing it.
If a person, well, Mr. McClain suffered from asthma earlier in life, does that affect your opinion at all?
Sustain.
If Mr. McClain suffered a collapsed lung earlier, would that affect your opinion at all?
Sustain.
Someone being a runner or a biker impact their ability to live with a narrowed LAD?
Response.
I'm asking a different question, I believe, Your Honor, which is, does that affect their ability to live with that narrowed LAD?
I'll sustain her on that ground.
If someone, as you described, you believe Mr. McClain did, suffers a cardiac spasm and goes from ventricular tachycardia to ventricular fibrillation to asystole, what happens to the body? What other effects would you expect to see?
Response.
I don't believe that's beyond the scope of cross-examination. He was specifically asked about a specific physical occurrence that happened with Mr. McClain.
Well, the question was asked and I sustained the objection.
In reviewing the medical records that you did any cardiologist render an opinion on Mr. McClain's cause of death?
They did not. They did not.
You are the only one to do so, is that right? She specifically. Not an unfair question. It's following up on what she asked him about.
Over. All right, rephrase.
Did you see anywhere in the medical records, a cardiologist rendering any opinion about Elijah McClain?
The, I believe the note said he was, I'm going to just summarize and say he was critically ill.
You were asked about the amount of narrowing or occlusion in Mr. McClain's narrowed LAD. Do you recall that?
Correct.
If Dr. Sina said during the autopsy it was 1 millimeter, how would that affect your determination on that?
Sustain.
Dr. Sundaram, is it your understanding of Dr. Sina's testimony that you were shown that he assumed collateral circulations? Is that what you read?
You know, I'm not sure what he meant by that. You know, the autopsy could have been very clear and say there is collaterals or there's not collaterals. And that would have been the easiest way to tell.
The autopsy report does neither, is that right?
Correct. It does not say that.
Did you see in the second autopsy report that Dr. Sina issued that he addressed the narrowed LAD at all?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look at those records specifically.
He indicated in the initial autopsy report that he thought that was a contributing factor. Is that right? It's foundational for my next
Leading
question.
to next question.
Dr. Sundaram, did you see in the second autopsy report that Dr. Sina followed up with his concerns about the narrow LAD that he expressed in the first autopsy report? I'm asking if he saw whether Dr.
I'll overrule the objection if he can answer it. The question was there anything in the report that he noticed about the follow-up? So the court will allow the question.
I don't recall what it said about the second report.
Would a cardiac spasm, in your opinion, Dr. Sundaram, based on your experience, cause any difference to the size of the heart?
No, it would not.
Have the witness
Yeah,
address.
tongue in cheek, sometimes I think going back to paper would be a good thing, but
I'm with you, sir.
all right. Are we expecting to find it here pretty soon?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think he found it. I think we're getting it up here. Yeah. Please show it to the witness. So, Dr. Sundaram, are you able to see this?
Yes, are you talking about where it's highlighted lines 12 and 13?
Actually, well, now I lost it. Actually, yeah, starting with line 11, word this.
This suggests that a small coronary artery was congenitally likely had some
Don't read it yet. Okay. And this was the testimony that you were shown on cross-examination. Is that right?
correct.
What Dr. Sina says is this suggest, I'll read the whole thing. The investigation indicates Mr. McClain was a distance runner and showed no cardiac symptoms prior to death. This suggests that his small coronary artery was congenital and he likely had sufficient collateral circulation in his heart to provide enough oxygen to the heart muscle during intense physical exertion. Is that what Dr. Sina's testimony was
Correct.
that you reviewed?
Correct.
He used the word suggests and likely. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Was either one of those, he testified about the small coronary artery, was the collateral circulation documented in either autopsy report that you reviewed, the first or the second?
I'll allow the council to rephrase.
Dr. Sundaram, am I correct that he says it's likely he had sufficient collateral circulation in his heart?
Correct. That's Dr. Sina's opinion.
And did you see documentation of that in either the first autopsy report or the second one?
I did not.
And regarding the investigation indicates Mr. McClain was a distance runner. Did you see any documentation of where that information was obtained?
I did not.
I'll sustain that objection.
Dr. Sundaram, the testimony that you were shown from Dr. Sina, does that testimony change your opinion in any way?
It does not.
Had you been able to examine Elijah McClain's heart, would you be able to say with certainty whether he had the issues you're testifying to or not? He was
Sustain.
Thank you, Dr. Sundaram. I don't have anything further.
Redirect on behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of questions. I want to make sure that I heard something correctly, Doctor. During cross-examination, you were asked about the symptoms of, I believe, a heart attack. Do you recall that?
I think it was spasm.
Oh, and one of those symptoms was shortness of breath, right?
Yes.
And so do you get complaints of difficulty breathing in patients that you see?
Response.
She certainly asked about the symptoms that he sees and that are common for spasms.
I'll allow this question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So any patient that complains of shortness of breath, spasm is on my list of things to worry about, particularly if they start saying, you know, I'm fine 1 minute, all of a sudden I'm short of breath, and then it goes away. That makes me.
All right, well, next question.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate that. Do you recall just a minute ago and during cross-examination being shown the testimony from Dr. Sina?
Yes.
Where he believes that the narrow LAD was congenital?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what congenital means?
So the term congenital really just means born with. Essentially, that's what you're saying. But you know, the only way to tell if you're truly born with it is to look at a baby's heart. So you can't say that. So to broaden the definition, when we look at adults, congenital just means they had it before they were adults. So all I can tell you is they had it before whatever age we consider an adult.
So a congenital condition can develop over time.
Oh, correct. Absolutely.
So a narrow LAD may not be narrow at birth.
Correct.
Up into narrowness later in life.
Overruled.
Yes, absolutely.
You were asked several questions about the fact that Dr. Sina's opinion differs from yours.
Yes. Yes.
Are you aware whether or not your opinion has been shared with Dr. Sina?
I actually have no idea.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Have counsel approach. Folks, we're going to break for the weekend. I hope you have a good weekend, but do not form or express any opinions or discuss the case even amongst yourselves or with anybody else. If anybody tries to, you should let me know. Do no independent research, traditional or electronic, and avoid any press coverage. If you happen to hear anything, please disregard it. Hope you have a great weekend. See you at 8:30 Monday morning, please.
Same time.
The jurors have stepped out. Anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, court will be in recess. Have a good weekend.